working. Oh, there we go. Sorry. Took a sec for the mic to kick in. But yeah, how do I look? I look amazing, right? Yeah, I can't see a damn thing through these glasses. This is going to be a hoot. Oh, right, the game. Let's get the game. Where is it? So yeah, it took me a while to decide what to do today, but I settled on doing Ocarina of Time because on the VODs channel on YouTube, we lost the first few parts of our streams of this game. So why not make up for it by having me do the first 3 parts of the game over and over again? So, still using Ship of Arcinian. Still using George's computer. She won't be needing it. So yes, I'm not going to take time to deal with the dialogue. But yeah, I wonder how far I'll get in this game in a mere 4 hours. I guess I'll try and 100% the game. Why not? Oh yeah, cool. Like hell I'm playing Boss Rush. Okay. I'll just stick with the usual. Call him Link. There we are. Now I can talk while I button mash my way through this cutscene. Just checking everything's in order, mic's good, yada yada. Game's showing on the stream, stream manager's good. Alright. But yeah, first Freddy solo stream, huh? Can't say we've done this before. But yeah, right, so yeah, George is out and about right now, leaving me in charge. I'm playing this blooming game again. Ooh, what technical stuff could I ramble about while this goes by? Well, I mean, I should look into updating the port at some point. Maybe there's been an update. That is loud. Yeah, maybe there's been an update. Because the actual base decompilation of the original N64 game has been updating a lot lately. So stuff like the code being tidier, more magic numbers deobfuscated, it could help fix things like the actors or whatever popping away at the edges of the screen. So, but I don't know if there's an update out. There really should be an update out, but yeah. Decompilations code. The decompilation code's great, but the PC ports code is nasty because it's ancient decompiled code. Raw stuff. Like, do you know what the significance of the number 308 is? Sorry, 304 is? It's 320, which is the width of the screen, minus 16, which is a common power of 2. If you don't know that, then you're going to have no idea why the code keeps saying 304 all over the place. And then you can't make the widescreen mode work. Thrilling subject matter, I know. But what can I say, I'm a programmer. It's all I have. Yeah, unlike George, I'm no stranger to this game, so I'm hoping to move things along at a bit more of a brisk pace. Maybe even show off some glitches, who knows. At the very least I can show off an exploit or two. Maybe I can get that heart piece in the Death Mountain crater that you're normally meant to get with the magic bean in some other unique way. But yeah, I believe the oldest Ocarina of Time stream to survive is probably right after Link became an adult. Probably the Forest Temple stream. But yeah, I can definitely do the childhood part of the game in 4 hours, so yeah, this one-off stream should be enough to cover that and fill the gap. But yeah, how did we lose those streams? This here laptop decided to bite the bullet and or kick the bucket. It had to be sent off for repairs. Georgia was using my laptop to do her streams, and for some reason, when she was using my laptops for streams, she wasn't backing up her videos to the VODs channel. I don't know why. Maybe she just didn't want to keep my laptop away from me for too long. Little did she know, I care more about being a preservationist than having my damn laptop. So, oops. Safe to say I felt rather miffed that we lost a week's worth of VODs. Jeez, can I actually play the game yet? We are 13 minutes in. Oh, sorry, that's the stream. Ugh, can't see anything through these glasses. About 5 minutes in. Okay. Ah, man. More cutscenes. Yeah, I mean, I get easing the player into the game's world and story and yada yada, but man, I just want to get a move on. I mean, what can I say? I've got a time limit here. I have to get to a certain point in the game within the next 4 hours. Or I have to do this again. And I don't know when I'm going to get another chance to do a stream takeover like this. Man, having camera controls is going to take some getting used to. Or maybe I just won't bother with it. I mean, what can I say? I've been doing this Z target thing for 20 years. I'm fine with it. Is that frame rate dropping? 2D paper thin fences. So what was it Georgia found here? He can backflip and get rupees or something? Is it with this rock? Yeah, fancy that. Still things I'm learning about this game. But yeah, wow. With these glasses on, I feel like I'm playing the emulated Wii U version where they applied some horrific darkness filter to the emulator. I really don't know why. A lot of people like to say epilepsy, but do they have any actual proof for that claim, or are they just making stuff up? Because I don't see how making the screen darker really helps with epilepsy. Not that I'm an authority in the matter, but my argument is I don't think they're an authority in the matter either. Harumph. And this is the part where if Georgia were here, she'd say, "Oh Fred, you're being too pessimistic," or something to that effect. But without her here, I could be as negative as I want. Ha! Bluey! There we go, got the sword in... sword. Look at that thing, it's a kitchen knife. Yeah, I got that in 7 minutes, I think that says 7. Yeah, I suppose this counts as a challenge run. Play Ocarina of Time at 50% brightness. I'll be screwed in darker environments. How do you think I'm going to handle the bottom of the well, assuming I get that far? I mean, fun fact, you can actually do the bottom of the well as soon as Link becomes an adult. Georgia didn't know that because I didn't tell her, but I knew damn well. Yeah, you can actually, you got a little bit of freedom in how you approach this game. A little. Oh boy. Oh, okay. That was weird. One text box I couldn't skip, the others I could. How the hell is that implemented under the hood? I bet it is horrific. Speaking of horrific, yeah, I've seen this game's code now. In the form of the decompilation and the PC port's much older copy of the decompilation. The game's code doesn't look all that bad. Yeah, sure, it's written in like old ass C. But it seems to not be a complete bunch of spaghetti, you know? Yeah, it looks old. Yeah, modern C++, it is not. But otherwise, yeah, this seems decently programmed. And there is a difference. Like, you can have a game that's well programmed, and it reflects in the game. The game's all predictable and stable and not jank. Performs well and so on. Then you got something like Fallout New Vegas that's just apparently under the hood a complete mess, and when you're playing it, oh boy can you tell, it's jank. There are lag spikes everywhere, micro stutter, and on the PS3 some kind of memory leak or something that causes the game to gradually lag more and more as you play it, to the point where it becomes a 5 FPS slideshow, and it ain't gradual either. Like, no, 1 minute, you're in one room, game runs great, you went to another room, and not only does loading screen take way longer, but the game just, it starts off at 1 FPS and maybe increases to 5. As you can see, I don't really care for what Mido has to say. I've always called him Mido, but now knowing that, you know, now knowing how Japanese phonetics works, and this is a Japanese game, yeah, there's a chance that it's actually Mido. I really do appreciate the 3DS version made the text go quicker. I do wonder if there's an option in the settings that we skip through this nonsense, but I suppose it gives me time to ramble about more things, huh? Yeah. I gotta find things to talk about for 4 hours. Though since I like to ramble, I'm sure that won't be a problem for me. Like, okay, so Georgia wouldn't let me talk about this in the last stream. She doesn't like the technical talk. She finds it boring. Hair loss. So I'm gonna talk about the Mega Drive's low pass filter today, while the game is slowly giving us dialogue that I'm not reading. Yeah, it's not as simple as you might expect. A low-pass filter, the long and short of it is it filters out frequencies beyond a certain point, so it only lets the low frequencies through. Typically, it's just associated with muffling audio, and that would be the case, I suppose, with a brick wall filter, where it does what it says on the tin. Frequencies that are too high get thrown away. Frequencies that are low enough are kept. What the Mega Drive uses is not a brick wall filter, it's a first order low pass filter, which means it doesn't quite throw away the ones that are above the limit, and it doesn't quite keep the ones that are below it. It's a bit in between. Basically, it's a volume ramp, or should I say an attenuation ramp, where frequencies below the limit are kept just fine. Any frequencies above the limit, depending on how far above the limit they are more and more reduced in volume until they're basically inaudible. A first order filter does 20 decibels per decade, basically per frequency times 10. So if the frequency cutoff is 3 kilohertz, then it will reach 20 decibels of attenuation at 30,000 decibels. Thrilling, I know. But this stuff's important if you want to emulate the Mega Drive properly, because, like I said, it's a volume ramp, it's a volume curve. So, if you don't emulate that, the treble, the higher frequencies, will be way louder. Way louder. It's really unpleasant, actually. You try and listen to Mega Drive music, and all you hear is just this awful, grating, hissing, twanging noise in everything. And so by extension, the bass is really quiet. So no songs have any punginess, it's just all whiny, hissy, high-pitchedness. I like your voice, Fred, and I love you fellas too. Anyway. Yeah, so, yeah, of course, all this stuff I'm explaining is actually news to me. Because no, my emulator, which has been around for, what, 3 years now? 3 going on 4 years, I think. That's been using a brick wall filter like this entire damn time. I didn't even know there was a difference. So now that I've got implemented a first order low pass filter, yeah, now the audio is actually decent. Yeah, it's pretty efficient too. You can implement a first order filter really, really efficiently actually. Unlike a blooming brick wall. Well, to be fair, it's part of my resampler. Maybe there's a way to do it without. Anyway. So, my history with this game. Yeah, I may have to go over subject matters that I went over in the older streams that are not preserved. But yeah, this game. So Georgia, of course, was playing it for the first time on stream. I don't believe she's really seen this game before. She definitely didn't have the 3DS version, so she would have been exposed to it in that way. Ooh, gyro. Ooh, ah. This stuff's a godsend. This gyro stuff's really cool. Anyway. Yeah, as for me, I believe I was given this game on my 7th birthday. That's an estimate. I can't say for sure if it was when I was 7. But I didn't have a Nintendo 64. I may have grown up with a Mega Drive, but I didn't grow up with a Nintendo 64. I did have a GameCube, though. And so my cousin, Ryan, for my 7th birthday gave me the Legend of Zelda Collector's Edition, which is a GameCube title that includes emulated copies of Zelda 1, Zelda 2, this game, Majora's Mask. I think that's it. Yeah, it omits A Link to the Past for some reason. The rumour I've heard is it was because there was a Game Boy Advance port of A Link to the Past, and Nintendo wanted you to buy that and play it. And if you want to put it on the GameCube, use the Game Boy Player. I don't know if that was ever substantiated though, if that's just some random hearsay bollocks. Who knows? Which is a shame. I think as a kid I would have really liked A Link to the Past. It seemed right up my alley. Now as a boring adult, I kind of lack the willpower to sit through a game not that long, but you know, it's just It's kind of like Seinfeld. It's very, very been there, done that, because everything copied it, including this. But yeah. Never really got into Zelda 1 when I was a kid. I did later. Zelda 2 I hated and still don't really like. But this and Majora, I love these games. These are great. Playing them on the GameCube, well, this game wasn't so bad on the GameCube. Majora's Mask was absolute bollocks, though. Majora's Mask on the GameCube in Collector's Edition was laggy, and it was prone to crashing random crashes. Now you see, you may be thinking, why is that a problem? Just make sure to save often, you know, like this. Yeah, Majora's Mask won't let you save like that, fellas. In case you don't know. No, that game, you save at the first, at the beginning of like a 3-day cycle. Each day is about 2 hours long, if I remember right. So, unless I'm thinking of maybe Dead Rising, whatever. Anyway, no. You are doing huge chunks of the game without saving. That's the gimmick. And if you want to save often, well, that's a huge pain in the butt because then you have to go back to the first day. And maybe you can fast forward time if you know how to do that, but you still have to do it every time you save to get back to the point in time you want to be. That blows. So no, there is no saving often in Majora's Mask. There is only going 3 full days and getting a ton of stuff done, and then the game randomly crashing. That blows. That really blows. The worst one, the absolute worst one I can recall, was in the snow... What was it? Snowhead? Snowcap? Snowhead? Whatever. Yeah, it was like day 3. I was right at the end of the temple. I was about to get the boss key from the boss key chest, and the game crashed right here. And my heart was torn from my body. I don't know if I ever actually finished that playthrough. Like, yeah, I'd beaten the game before, but... yeah, I don't think I finished that particular playthrough. I think I moved on. I just wasn't ready to go through all that again. I don't like Snowhead. I don't like temples in general. Are they more tolerable in Ocarina of Time? I suppose so, actually. There's no time limit, you know? That's what Georgia likes about this game, there's no time limit. She watched me play Majora's Mask and she came away terrified of ever playing it. I did fine, but it must have intimidated her. Oh, I don't mean the game, I mean my skills. Haha, anyhow. But yeah, of course I'm talking more about Majora than this flipping game. Yeah, Ocarina. That one's fine on the GameCube. I don't really remember it lagging at all. It had some enhancements, you know, like the colours of the buttons was changed to suit the GameCube. The Z trigger was renamed the L trigger. A few typos in the English translation were corrected, a few bugs were fixed, and being on the GameCube, being an emulation, they actually increased the resolution, which was nice of them. This game, originally, 320 by 240, I believe. On the GameCube, that was doubled, 640 by 480. Though I suppose that was interlaced. Though this game runs at 20 FPS, so it wouldn't be interlaced. Kind of, whatever. So that's nice. I believe the colour depth was also increased, or maybe what I'm about to describe happens on the N64 too. Because when you pause, the port changes this PC port changes this, but the original N64 game, when you pause, that background, what you see of the game in the background, that ain't the game. That is a screenshot of the game. And in the GameCube version, that screenshot is at 320 by 240. So whenever you pause the game, the background would go really pixelated. Even I noticed that back in the day, and I thought, what's going on there? Why does the game look funny when I pause? Anyway. No, it turns out, like I say, it's a screenshot, and the emulator, for whatever reason, was able to intercept the screenshot and give it a higher resolution. Yeah, it's like the kind of stuff... it's like the kind of stuff Dolphin does to get games that access the frame buffer, or that don't access the frame buffer, to display in HD. But yeah, I believe the other thing, it's not just the resolution that gets nerfed when the screenshot occurs, there's also the colour depth, oddly enough. Now, I don't know if that's because, like I said, the GameCube emulation may have had a higher colour depth than the original N64 console did, or if it's that way in the original. You know, on the N64, maybe the game renders with a high colour depth, but when it does that screenshot, in order to conserve VRAM, it uses a lower colour depth. I don't know. Well, I'm sure that's information you could glean from, well, 1, just playing the game, or 2, looking at the disassembly, decompilation, whatever. So, weird gimmick about this game. Over here, we have this way. Of course, George came over here and was very confused, because it looks like a dead end. But there's actually a bombable wall. We don't have bombs. So what the heck's behind here? When I was a kid, I thought I was the smartest kid ever. coming back here with bombs and seeing what's in the secret room, and I expected some big extravagant secret. It's literally just a gold skull tooler. Really unfortunate, and by unfortunate I mean disappointing. I don't think I'm being scathing enough. Like, don't get me wrong, I really like this game. Obviously I do think it's a little overrated. One of the best games ever made? Seriously? Like, I'm sure there are games that don't have an equivalent to the Water Temple, or in George's case, the bottom of the friggin' well. Good lord, that was painful. But yeah, I'm sure there are games that, like, are more well-rounded. Which is ironic to say, because I think being well-rounded is this game's strength. It looks pretty good. Graphics-wise, it doesn't look that dated. Gameplay-wise, it's pretty solid, etc. It's like, not too babyish for adults, not too grown-up and grim for kids. Yeah, it's a pretty good game. I like it. Let's put it lightly. But yeah, not only did Ryan, my cousin, give me this game in the form of the GameCube copy, he did also just kind of walk me through the game, or maybe I just watched him play it, who knows. I was really young, 7 or so I was scared of this. All the music and the just monsters trying to kill me. Yeah. And yeah, a lot of kids are like that. It's not some, Fred was a pussy. Come on, give me a break. Kids are scaredy cats. Look at this analog horror stuff all the kids are into these days. Anyway, yeah, that made me sound old. I am friggin' old. I'm from the 20th century, baby. Ugh. I keep seeing people with like usernames on the internet with like 2011 in them. Like, you were born in 2011? God damn. I'm getting old. Yeah, where the heck was I? I went on like 3 tangents there. So yeah, Ryan would show me through this game because it was scary and hard. Like, yeah, you've seen Georgia. Even an adult can struggle playing this game when they're new. But yeah, Ryan walked you through this game all the way up until the Shadow Temple. The cruel bugger. Like, that is just wrong. Who leaves a guy on his own at the scariest temple in the game? Absolute sadism. Anyhow, let's see if I can kill this fella quick. Oh, I only have 1 stick? That sucks. I still got it. Yeah, wait until Georgia sees that. Maybe she was right to title this How an Zelda Expert Plays Ocarina of Time. I'm no speedrunner, but I have played this game a lot. 1 cycle in Goma, with 1 stick. Ooh, ah. Okay, making good time. Time is at 3:30 minutes. We're at 23. Yeah, 23 minutes to the first temple. We're definitely going to get to adult by the end of this stream. Oh god, I have so much dialogue to sit through. I am getting a drink. I can feel myself age here. You know, as a kid, I could not figure out what I was looking at with the Deku Tree. I thought, looking at it now, I can see the Deku Tree has eyebrows and a mustache. When I was a kid, I thought that was eyes and a mouth, like a big frown. Which I always found weird, because of course there's that thin bit in the middle, so like, why is his mouth pinned shut in the middle? And now I have a mustache. Ooh. Ah. So good. Ah, yes. I mean this in the most light-hearted way possible. While this game's problematic, you play as the light-skinned, yellow-haired, blue-eyed kid versus the dark-skinned ginger man from the desert. I'm amazed I've never heard anyone complain about that before, given, 2020s. Anyway, funny observational humour, topical observational humour over. I've been playing Twilight Princess lately. I never really liked that game much. I say never, at one point it was my favourite. But one thing I've come to appreciate that game, despite not liking it much nowadays, is it's basically a dark fantasy version of Ocarina of Time. I mean, it is its follow-up after all, its sequel. or one of its sequels. But it's just that there's a part in the game, around the time of the Water Temple in Twilight Princess, where they go over this lore, they revisit this lore of how the goddesses created Hyrule. Of course, in this game, this game's very whimsical, very kid-friendly, it's just all very nice. Like, oh, the goddesses, one created the earth, one created the spirits, and one created the heavens, or something to that effect. Twilight Princess goes a step further and talks about how all of this was a mistake. It was like, yeah, that's dark fantasy, alright. By creating the Triforce, they instilled every living creature against one another to claim power and all that. It's a nice touch, I never realised that before. Because in many ways Twilight Princess is just a rehash of Ocarina of Time, but the fact it takes Ocarina's premise and explores it from another angle, sometimes goes into the idea of everything you knew was a lie. What you thought you understood in the previous game is wrong. It makes you look at things in a new light. It's almost like a plot twist, because, oh, the sacred triangles are so holy and great, and Twilight Princess says, no, they were a mistake. They doomed humanity, or all living things for that matter, to endless war. I just wish the game had taken that idea and ran with it, because it still just feels like Ocarina of Time again, but with one really good cutscene in the middle. God damn it. Yeah. Yeah, I suppose I never just gave Twilight Princess that much thought before. Like, I had a phase with Twilight Princess. It came out, I got a Nintendo Wii around 2009, 2008, 7? I don't know. And I was all over that game. I was crazy about Twilight Princess in the beginning because I liked this game and I hated Wind Waker. So Twilight Princess was what me and many other fans at the time desperately wanted. And I played that game a bunch, and eventually it wore off on me. I think it was the lack of side quests. I hated, and still do hate, the game's aesthetics. Its art style is hideous. Its atmosphere is terrible. This game's all lovely. It's very, very kid-friendly, but not childish. It's all whimsical, and it's colourful, it's nice. Twilight Princess is grim and hellish. Yeah, it's a very unappealing game to me. As with many people who've come off of Twilight Princess, I've come to appreciate Wind Waker a bit more. I mean, I'm not going to pretend its faults aren't there. Like, I still hate how childish it is. I don't just mean the art style. I mean, it refuses to have any self-respect, I swear to God. But I do at least appreciate that it doesn't look terrible. It just looks weird. Oh yeah, the Deku Tree died. Yeah, see, here's something that Wind Waker's afraid to do. There's a character death for you. Link's father figure, the father figure to every Kakiri in the forest, dead. Like, who dies in Wind Waker? No one. Okay, maybe Ganondorf. Did he die though? That guy always comes back to life. But to set this apart from Twilight Princess, well, maybe not Twilight Princess, even Twilight Princess doesn't get that grim. Characters don't dwell on it. Like, you can just run off right now, go explore Hyrule, or you can talk to the Kakiri and they're like, uh-oh, something's wrong, oh dear. It's a shame Link can't talk, huh? When are they gonna find out? Anyway, I'm sure I have some things to do here. I don't know. When I say I'm going to 100% the game, I wasn't really planning on opening every chest, you know? This isn't the randomizer I'm playing. But while I'm here, you know, maybe I can get some money. Not that money's worth anything in this blooming game. Not to mention you start off with a wallet capacity of 99. That's quite bad, actually. Quite useless. But yeah, there's stuff to do here. Like, obviously I can move on to just Hyrule Castle right the heck now, but no, 100% gonna do optional stuff. Yeah, I suppose where I draw a line at 100% for this playthrough, not that I'm gonna beat this game in 4 hours, is collectibles. These. 100% is getting all of these. Not opening every chest, not buying from every salesman, just every collectible. think with a brisk pace I can pull that off in 4 hours and still reach adulthood in-game, haha. There's a little bug for you, the projectile is just sitting there because the game world is frozen. You hear that? You hear that? That's the sound of unskippable dialogue. You know, I shouldn't have come here now that I think about it. I should have gotten the Ocarina from Saria and then headed back. Darn it. I don't even think I have enough rupees for the Deku Salesman. I have really messed up coming here right now. Okay, I'll grind for rupees a little, then get the Ocarina, then go back and do the optional stuff. Yeah, there's a weird secret here. There's a bean spot. You can plant beans here. Go up there. It's just rupees though. Very out of the way for some pointless rupees. In a game where rupees don't really matter beyond the first 10 minutes, I guess. Like here I am trash talking rupees while the game is making me collect rupees. Ah, I still need another, really? What be the fastest way to get rupees? Cut the grass? Cut the grass? Cut the grass? Yeah, there we go. Okay, now get the Ocarina. Don't know if this survived in any of the other VODs or if this is from one of the Lost VODs, but this is how this is the fastest way to move in the game. Backpedal. More dialogue I can't skip. Woo. I'm sure there's a setting in the port maybe, but I ain't checking. Because if there's one mistake I made in the first couple of Lost VODs, it was looking around in the settings. This port, in typical open source software fashion, has way too many options. So in order to find the one setting you actually want, that normal people will actually want, you have to look through, no joke, around 100 completely useless settings that no person on the planet cares about. Absolute pain in the butt. I swear, but this is a kid's game, oh no. Yeah, I'm gonna try and keep it clean for this stream. Why not? Who knows? I don't know what the audience is like. You know, this isn't my channel, this is George's. But here's another fun element of the game. Yeah, Link bumps into a lot of girls in this game. And it's not pushed to an extreme or anything. But it's a vaguely mature element that's just... It's nice that the game has some richness to it, some variety. Like, geez, what does Link really get up to in Wind Waker with other characters? How many people does he form a bond with or anything like that? There's his grandma and his sister, who he's innately attached to, of course. Tetra kind of forms a bond with him a little. It's more of a camaraderie thing. I'll just get rid of the bed while I'm here. But yeah, another thing I talked about in the early VODs that's now long gone is one thing I've thought a lot about with this game that I really appreciate. I'm not sure how much of this is deliberate. I'm not exactly a Nintendo fanboy. But this game does a pretty interesting job of exploring the whole journey from boyhood to manhood. You start off as a little boy, so scared that you're quaking in your boots while having a nightmare, you know? And then you're forced to step up and conquer these spooky, scary dungeons, oh no. And then you become an adult and things just get even worse, you know, the temples get more extreme, even scary. You see all kinds of horrific stuff. Phantom Ganon, for instance, the Shadow Temple, Bongo flipping Bongo, and so on. And you gotta man up, you know, you gotta have the courage to take on those tasks. And yeah, like Link in Universe is blessed, or according to Twilight Princess, cursed, with the Triforce of Courage. So it all kind of just ties back into itself. It's thematically appropriate, and being someone who played this game as a kid, I found this extremely relatable. You know, playing as a little boy taking on this big bad world, and it's scary, but you gotta do it. You gotta man up and do it. Like I had to like pep myself up for the Forest Temple. You know, the rooms with the Wall Masters or Floor Masters, I forget which. Like, yeah, I'd have to work up to that because I was terrified of it. And yet I pushed myself through it anyway. I'm gonna have to concentrate for this, aren't I? It was this minigame specifically that when I was a kid taught me a little bit about how the human brain works. Because, of course a programmer would say this, but it illustrates how the human brain does work a bit like a computer. Because, like, A, down, right, left, ascending keys and all that, there's a pattern to it. And it's easier to remember a predictable, well-defined pattern than it is to memorize something that's completely arbitrary. So as a kid, I realized that depending on which notes I was given, I had an easier or harder time remembering them. Maybe that's common sense to people in adulthood, but when you're a kid, I don't think that's very common knowledge. Like this, up, down, left. Yeah, it's a bit arbitrary. Alright, up, down, left, down. Okay. Like, I can memorize that as down on every other and something arbitrary on the others. Like, up, left, right, interspersed with down. You know, that's one way to memorize it. Yeah, okay. 1 minute, I really need to concentrate here. So, up, left, right. Wow, see? There's a pattern, I can memorize that. A vague pattern, so up, down, left, down, right, down. Yeah, there you go. Yeah. And that ain't the only case, by the way, of the human brain function like a typical bit of software or whatever. I believe it's either a theory or something that studies have actually managed to figure out. Is when it comes to, do you ever have something you want to remember, like the name of something, and you swear you know the name, but you just can't recall it? And you sit there thinking, and every time you think of the name you want to remember, you end up with a different name. Your brain says this is the name, and you're like, no it ain't, remember the actual name, right? What's happening there is apparently there's a direct analogue to software. So basically your brain has a list of some sort, a list of names. And what it's doing is it's going over that list, looking for the name that fits the one you're looking for. Based on, like, you know, metadata or whatever. Okay, 1 minute. Down, right down, up, A down, up. Right down, up, A down, up. And of course, it's going to keep flipping going. I hate this minigame, this one sucks. A, alright, so right down, up, A down, up, A. Uh-huh. Do I win yet? Of course not. Oh, heavens above. Yeah, okay. I suppose I can remember that. Maybe. Ooh, that was close. I nearly did down here. Alright, we done here? I have stuff to talk about here, please. There we go. So as I was saying, your brain has a list, and it's walking down that list. And the reason you can't remember the name you want to remember is because your brain arrived at a name that wasn't correct, but that it thought was correct. And so when you try and recall that name, it gives you the name that it thinks is correct, even though you know it isn't correct, and you know the name, but you can't recall it because you know it's in the list. But as your brain is walking along that list, it either keeps stopping at the same name that isn't the right blooming name, or perhaps as an optimization, the brain does something equivalent to what we call memoization, where it doesn't bother searching the list anymore. Once it's found what it thinks is the right name, it remembers that, it keeps that, and so whenever you think of the name again, it doesn't bother looking through the list anymore. It says, it's this name, and you say, no it isn't, and you keep trying to remember, and it just repeats. It keeps pulling up the name, you say it's not the right name, and so on. So that's two cases where probably the human brain does things fairly similar to software, oddly enough. Oddly enough, though, that hasn't made me existential about the nature of being human. If we're all just robots, what's the point in living, man? I don't really give a shit. I accept that the brain is hardware and the soul is software. Like, whatever. It doesn't really matter at the end of the day. Anyway. Sure, I'm glad to have that stupid minigame over and done with. That guy needs Saria's song. I don't have Saria's song. I won't be getting it until much later. Now, I believe this port has it fixed. I mean, it does, but you have to enable the bug fix with a setting. But yeah, this Deku scrub right here is glitched. This game has a series of flags in its save data that represent what you have and haven't done, just like an array of booleans, an array of bits, whatever. So there's a setting, a flag, that says whether you've bought this Deku stick upgrade before. So every single little thing in the game has one of these flags to say that you've done it, like talking to Saria. Maybe, or that could be an integer. Anyway, the trouble is with this game being written in bloody C, is that it's a bit low level, it's a bit easy to make mistakes. So the game accidentally uses the same flag twice. One for the Deku Stick salesman, and one for like a door somewhere in the water temple? Or am I getting that confused with something else? Anyway, so the result is if you set that flag by the other means, like opening a door in the water temple or whatever it is I'm thinking of, then the game will think you bought the upgrade from the Deku salesman, so it won't sell you the upgrade anymore, even though you don't have it. So you render the upgrade inaccessible, unobtainable. But yeah, that's something the port gives you the option of fixing, though I don't think it's fixed by default or anything. Hooray, too many options. Anyway. Yeah, often it's actually quite hard to get to Hyrule Town before the sun goes down. But if you backpedal, you can barely make it in time. Though of course, I've come out here, talked to the owl, and then gone back, so it's a bit later in the day than I'd like. I realise there's plenty of optional stuff to do at this point. I could wait for it to turn to night time, then go back to Kikiri Forest and go Skulltula hunting, but I can do things in a different order, I think. Ooh, I am just barely going to make this, aren't I? Come on, come on, come on, come on! Oh lord, this is cutting it close! Look at that! Wow. Oof. I nearly got locked out there. I don't know. I'm not really feeling this camera analog stick thing. I think I'll stick to Z targeting. I just don't have the muscle memory for it, you know? Do I have any trivia about this room? Actually, you know, believe it or not, I actually do. I actually have random trivia about this one boring-ass room. You see this? One second, what's the right button here? Yeah, you see this? At night time, it's all dark and rubbish looking, but normally during the day, it actually shows you Hyrule Field. But of course, this is just a texture. The funny thing about this super low-res picture of Hyrule Field is that it actually reflects a prototype version of Hyrule Field. So even though it's really low-res, you can still make out that, oh, there's a hill that's missing in this render. Or that, here, there's supposed to be a signpost over there, and it's obviously not there. There's like not a single pixel to suggest that the signpost is there. So yeah, there's your trivia about this room. I'm a walking encyclopedia, apparently. His backgrounds are pre-rendered. I like it. Majora's Mask doesn't have any of these, if I remember right. Wow, I forgot that Marlon sings here at night. Yeah, I normally get here during the day. Because, you know, I don't talk to the owl then go back like I did this time, but whatever. More unskippable dialogue. Yeah, okay. One sec. Unlike Georgia, I know to mute the mic when I do that. Anyway, more trivia. This building used to look completely different. This building used to look like this building. But very late in development, they changed it into the Happy Mask shop presumably when they added the Happy Mask side quest. Yeah. Anyway, there are a couple of bits of pre-rendered imagery that still reflect the old building design. It's a cute touch. I mean, it's not a touch, but it's a fun detail about the game. And I got the wrong dog, didn't I? Okay, well, what is there to do here in Hyrule Market? There's the Richard quest. Richard's probably the white dog. I think the only way to get rid of the dogs is to go towards the castle. But yeah, Georgia doesn't know about this. She hasn't done this before. But yeah, out here in Hyrule Market at night, there are dogs walking around. And if you bump into one, it will follow you. So, there's a woman who's lost her dog. And the way to do the quest is to come over here, grab the dog, or poke the dog, and have it follow you back to its owner. I like side quests. I know they're often just busy work, fetch quests going back and forth whenever, but I don't know, it seems regardless of quality, I just like doing them. Way more than I like doing temples. There we go, Richard the dog. And as Georgia discovered in her playthrough, poor little Richard died in the future. I didn't know that. That's sad. Oh. Is this the one mysterious locked door? Is there something here? I swear at night time this is actually a shop. A shop with no one in it, okay. Yeah, this is the restaurant shop, I believe. Yeah, there's not much of indication. Like wine bottles, there's tables, cool. This is more evident by the file name for that pre-rendered background, actually. Yeah, we don't quite have the game source code, but a lot of its assets did end up in the Nintendo Giga Leak, and apparently, allegedly, yeah, the pre-rendered background for that particular shop is referred to, is called restaurant or whatever. So what about this door? Can this door be opened? What is in here? What is this? What the hell? Sorry, I haven't explored in this game in forever. That is one low poly man. Okay. You know, I always wonder about assets like these. Like, yeah, there are plenty of video game ports. There's loads of them. So companies tend to keep source code, sure. Even though there are cases like the original Silent Hill 2, where they lost the bloody source code and had to use a prototype. God knows how that happens, but these pre-rendered backgrounds. You think Nintendo still has them? I think Nintendo knows where they are, because when they made the 3DS version, they made a completely new bunch of renders. Which, you know, I don't get. I don't get it, because the N64 and the 3DS are the same bloody resolution. What was the point? If anything, it just seems like an excuse to change the game's art style, which I disagree with. I like this art style. It's not so overblown and full of contrast like the 3DS version is. Anyway, so yeah, okay, I've done the Richard quest. Is there anything else to do here? I can't do the Happy Mask Salesman yet. I'm not buying anything. I'm not a fool. I could do this magnifying glass game, but that is a dice roll, and I'm very unlucky. Can't do bomb chew. Actually, can I do bomb chew bowling? Is that open during the night? Can I do bomb chew bowling? Okay, let's do. Oh, fine. Can I do the shooting gallery? Of course not. Okay. Suppose I should move on then. Oh, for the love of God, leave me alone. Alright, I'm gonna find something to talk about because I am not paying attention to this damn bed. So here's some trivia. Oh. This owl is spiteful. God damn it. So trivia about the GameCube version of this game. Nintendo's emulator sucks. Like, obviously it does. Even on the GameCube, it didn't emulate this game quite right. Something about the fog, something about transparency, something was off. You know that one room in the water temple everyone talks about? It didn't look right in the GameCube version either. It looked at its worst on the Switch, but it didn't look great on the GameCube either. But it goes further than that. This game's credits on the N64, it's rendered in the game. Of course it is. The N64 cartridges are tiny. You can't fit big chunky FMVs on them unless your game's title is Resident Evil 2. Anyway. Yes, game, I know how to use items. Yeah, something was up with Nintendo's emulator because they instead pre-rendered, pre-recorded the credit sequence. I don't know whether they pre-recorded it with an N64 or with a modified version of their emulator that didn't crash or something, but yeah, apparently that emulator has some kind of problem with the credits. Be it the music or maybe the game engine crashes, I don't know. It's weird. Yeah, it's weird. It takes up a huge chunk of the disc too. I'm pretty sure those FMVs are bigger than the actual game, which is saying a bit, I think, because the game is 32 megabytes. The uncompressed, the ROM is 64 megabytes. Yeah, the game internally uses a bit of compression. Apparently Nintendo kind of came up with their own compression algorithms, or they commissioned them, or I don't know, either way. So Nintendo for a while, in like the GameCube era, and apparently the N64 era, had compression algorithms which I believe Nintendo dubbed Year Zero and Yaz Zero. And they're in use also by the GameCube games like Luigi's Mansion, and Wind Waker, and Mario Sunshine. I believe only Luigi's Mansion uses Year Zero though. It's the earlier one after all. Sunshine and Wind Waker I believe use Yaz Zero, though the code for Year Zero is still in Wind Waker apparently. I don't know how we know that, but that's apparently the case. And yeah, this game uses Year Zero. I mean, it might be using Yaz, but you know, logically it stands to reason that this game would be using Year Zero, not Yaz Zero. So yeah, the game compresses its assets to make them fit on the cartridge. This is nothing new. Sonic 1 does the same thing, just with LZEXE, or what we call Kaczynski, instead of Year Zero. Anyway, what people might not know is that, well, as a prefix to all of this, you aware of the Nintendo, the IK, IQUE, that it's like a Chinese game console, plays Nintendo games. It's basically an N64. There's an IK, is that really how you pronounce it? I don't know. An IK version of Ocarina of Time. And it's not just the N64 version, no, it was modified for the IK. So it's got like a Chinese translation and stuff like that. But they also... Oh, what happened there? Oh, right, I'm supposed to sword lunge, aren't I? Oops. One sec, I need to concentrate. I want to get in before it turns night. There we go. Perfect. So for the IK version, they changed the compression algorithm, and they chose a very peculiar compression algorithm. So instead of Year Zero or Yaz Zero, they used good old Zlib. Now you see, Zlib is basically the zip file compression algorithm. It's used for plenty of other things like PNG, but yeah, it's just a very bog standard open compression algorithm. High performance, decent compression ratio, whatever. What the hell do you want, Navi? She really has a hint in this castle? Alright then, I did not know that. But yeah, now I don't really know how this affects the game's compression ratio. I know that the N64 game is 32 megabytes. I do not know how big the IK version is because, I mean, obviously I don't have an IK. I don't have a copy of the game either. Though I suppose with the decompilation I could build my own copy. Actually, no, I need a copy of the ROM for the assets, whatever. Anyway, man, I remember when Skyward Sword was coming out and people were reading way too much into random details to hype up the game. Like, people thought this statue was of the Skyward Sword Link. What? I don't know what the hell those fans were smoking. To use a bit of early 2010s humour. Remember that? When everyone was like, whoa, what drugs were they on? Ooh. Anyway. But yeah, I'm pretty sure that's a 2D statue. The camera refused to rotate. It refused to give away the illusion. Good old castle courtyard with its painted on sky ceiling. That looks terrible. Oh man, this game normally actually has real skyboxes, you know? But not here. Oh, how nice. Anyway. Is there a secret down here? You know, I would have expected secret rupees. Oh well. Yeah, we got some N64 era Mario promotional artwork, like a really squashed Bowser. What the hell were they thinking? Yoshi from Yoshi's Story, I think. Peach from God knows what. Whatever. I wouldn't say it's often that Nintendo breaks the fourth wall with fan servicey nonsense like that. Anyway, we've got some dialogue to skip. I thought Zelda was bald when I was a kid. I just didn't understand why she was wearing this thing on her head and she had no visible hair. In retrospect, her hair's probably tied up, but no, I just thought she was bald. So this is like the third girl Link has met in the game so far. Saria, Malon, and now Zelda. I don't count Navi. Navi's not a person. I'm not going to bother with the funny dialogue, I just want to get this over with. Alright. Yeah, so the IK version uses zlib compression, and I don't know if it makes the game any smaller. I don't know if it makes the game run any slower. Like, is zlib faster to decompress than Year Zero? And I also don't know how RAM consumption is, because depending on the compression algorithm, you may need to surrender some RAM to be able to decompress it. This is something that happens in Sonic quite a bit. Like Kaczynski, if you're decompressing to RAM, it doesn't need any RAM beyond that which the decompressed data will take up. If you're decompressing to somewhere else, you need an intermediary RAM buffer for the LZSS sliding window buffer. Yeah, and as for Nemesis, which is a form of entropy encoding, you need to construct a dictionary or something, some kind of table. Yep, I need a drink. That's some good cordial. Yeah, I switched away from Fizz a very long time ago. Sometime around like maybe 2017. I'm not even sure why, I think I just considered it a quick and easy way to lose weight. You know, it's pretty easy calories to get rid of if you don't drink sugary ass Fizz. Not to say that fruit isn't particularly not sugary, but hey-ho. It is a bit boring though. At least at the shops I go to, there ain't much variety in cordial. There's apple, mixed fruit, and blackcurrant. Apparently Americans don't have blackcurrant because of some kind of wood-bearing parasite or something. Wood-boring, sorry. So they just do grape over there. That is a weird reality. A reality with no blackcurrant? Man, that stuff's super common over here. There we go, skip that dialogue. Yeah, sure. What other trivia is there? I think I might recall that the IK version has more RAM in general, or maybe I'm wrong about that. Something about Hyrule Field having more RAM available to load in more actors. Yeah, some info, but whether that extra RAM comes from the IK having more RAM, or because the change in compression algorithm caused more or less RAM to be available to the game, you know? I don't know. Yeah, the N64 has a bit of a weird architecture. You see, now I'm used to the Mega Drive, I'm used to typical PCs, where during a loading screen you load all of the graphics into VRAM. Then you display all of the graphics with the graphics in VRAM. Not on the N64 you don't. The N64 is this tiny little puny, 4 kilobytes of what it calls, not VRAM, but TMEM or something? And it's for textures, but like 4 kilobytes is not enough. The Mega Drive had 64 kilobytes of VRAM, and that was for, 4-bit per pixel graphics. Tiny, tiny things. So now here's this console with only 4 kilobytes of texture RAM. How the hell do you do that? Well, basically, instead of loading all of the graphics in a loading screen, the N64 expects you to, at runtime, upload each individual texture as and when you need it. This is stupid, I don't like it. It makes me miss the 5th generation of Fred? 4th. This is 5th. 4th generation of hardware. But yeah. So this can have a problem because it basically enforces texture reuse. Like, so does limited RAM in general, but you can have it in any order, you just need to limit the quantity. This, you need to limit the order and the quantity. It's something that YouTuber Kaze Menula whenever goes over. I don't know how truthful he is in his video, because believe it or not, he gets a lot of technical details wrong in his bloody videos. Ugh. And YouTube commenters will just suck up to him anyway. Unbelievable. Anyway, I'm giving him the benefit of the doubt and assuming he's actually correct about that. But with, yeah, so Mario 64, all the textures the level uses, if you want the game to run well, you kind of have to order the polygons so that every 100 polygons or so it changes texture, as opposed to every other polygon being a different texture. Yeah, like that's how you optimize for the N64. Again, I'm not an authority on how the heck the N64 works. I don't program for the thing. I don't emulate the thing. Like, I haven't made an emulator for it. But additionally, apparently, along with the complete lack of texture VRAM, there's no, like, model VRAM, there's no vertex VRAM or something like that. From what I can piece together, the game wants you to stream polygon data in the form of commands or something. Whatever. Either way, yeah, you're expected to stream vertices, which again is not how modern consoles work, or old consoles for that matter. It's just a weird N64 thing, I suppose. But yeah, that actually makes this game a bit weird to port. I think even the PS1 had regular VRAM, you know? I helped Cookie Dev. I helped him with his... Well, not with his PS1 port, but his PC port of his PS1 clone of Friday Night Funkin'. Because, yeah, the way we got it down to, like, a very efficient port PC was that there was just a big, like, 4K by 4K texture, and that was the entirety of VRAM. So you just upload rectangles of data into this big texture, and it worked as a suiting metaphor for VRAM. So yeah, I think the PS1 just had regular VRAM, so it doesn't share the N64's quirk of a tiny little TMM and constantly streaming things. Though, and I don't think the PS1 really has, it doesn't recognise the notion of vertices or whatever. It's basically just a 2D. It's basically a 2D console in a way. Yeah, no perspective correction, and you just upload sprite render commands or whatever. I'm speaking in a high level manner, of course. But yeah, on a console where you just render sprites, the idea of uploading vertices to VRAM may sound a little weird. Then again, that's exactly what the Mega Drive does, so what am I talking about? Anyway, we got stuff to do. Alright, let's go and do some games. Or maybe first, we're going to grab some rupees. It's hard to roll your R's with a British tongue. Anyway. Yeah, okay, cool. Hit the limit. And the floor. Very hard. The sad thing is, all of these rupees still might not be enough for Bomb Tube Bowling. Bomb Tube Bowling is cruel. It is sadistic. It is just look, and more look. Wait, what? What? Oh. Okay, I guess maybe I'm supposed to get the bomb bag. Whatever. Hang on, can I do this? Oh, yeah. I bet when I was a kid I thought I was a genius for discovering that. There's rupees up there? Learn something new every day. On to the shooting gallery. I can play this, right? Please? Alright. Now, I can do this with the analog stick. In fact, I think I'm going to. I want to show off. The gyro is not making it easy, though. Yeah, I'm used to playing this with the stupid, clunky analog sticks. Admittedly, that may just be an emulator or a port issue, because one time I actually played Majora's Mask on a real N64, and it was actually way better to control. Yeah, I had no problems with the shooting gallery. So maybe it's just a matter of emulators getting the sensitivity wrong or something. I really wouldn't put it past them. Nintendo analog sticks just seem to have a problem with being emulated. Anyway, with that done, I believe there's nothing left to do here, so I'll just get a move on. If I'm gonna go, well, nah. I'll go to Lon Lon Ranch during the day. There is stuff to do there during the day. I think I'll mop up Hyrule Field Skulltulers as an adult. I don't believe there are any child-exclusive Skulltulers in Hyrule Field. So, yeah, why waste my time going to every Skulltula location and discovering, oh, I need X or Y adult Link item or later child Link item to kill them? Yeah, what's the point? Man, I'm thirsty. My drinks nearly ran out. That's not very nice. You know, despite being a Brit, or as I prefer to say, a bloody Breton, that's what the word is. Breton, not Brit. Anyway. Yeah, I don't like tea. I don't do tea. I don't do coffee either. I'm just not into that stuff. Not to mention, I don't really believe in having a caffeine dependency, you know. Though I don't know if that applies to tea, that might just be a coffee thing. I don't know, isn't tea meant to be stimulating too? I shouldn't do this. Or should I make this interesting? I've got plenty of rupees, let's have some fun. Normally there's a trick. If you throw all the chickens into the corner behind the desk, they'll stay out of the way. Then when this guy throws the chickens into the crowd, there is no crowd, so you just walk over and pick them up. But, because I'm feeling stupid, I'm gonna do things that... Oh, you can cheat. The camera stick lets you cheat! Holy moly, that was a complete blind guess. Are you the secret chicken? No. Are you the secret chicken? There we go. Okay. Well, I cheated, so that doesn't count, but yes. Whatever. More unskippable dialogue, baby. Alright, where the hell was I? I was talking about something. Yeah, going around Hyrule Field and doing stuff, whatever. Lon Lon Ranch was meant to have a shop. We know that from the Gigaleak. The Gigaleak, I think it gave us some renders for the interior of the shop, and it gave us the shop's item list. You were meant to buy milk, I believe, and you were meant to buy eggs, believe it or not. Yeah, eggs. You were meant to buy eggs. I suppose they would have worked like red potions, you know, you eat the egg, get some health. You're a growing boy, you can use the protein. Splat. I believe that Skulltula ain't there when you're an adult, oddly enough. Yeah, not sure what's up with that. Anyway. Yeah, where was it? I think the shop was meant to be over there? Near that stable? I can't say that for the setting though, I don't recall. I think it took me a good while to discover this as a kid. Like, this is very, very, very subtle. Even Georgia struggled with this. Again, I think that's lost to time now. But yeah, you come here, and you talk to Malon, and she's like, wow, look at that horse. Wow, she's cute. And then the horse runs away. You talk to Malon, and he says, wow, opponent doesn't like you. Hey, wanna sing? You're meant to pull out your ocarina. Like, when you're a kid, you aren't going to read between the lines. A haunting detail in Twilight Princess is in Hyrule Field at night. The music that is playing at night in Hyrule Field, is just background music, is sung by Malon. It's the same voice. What the hell's the implication there? Their spirit haunts Hyrule Field? The hell's up with that? Grim-ass game. I'm sure I'm allowed to say arse. They say that in Pirates on an Adventure with Scientists. After all, that's your kid's game. Game? Fred, it's a film. Sorry. I don't really do the whole films and TV shows thing, so whenever I refer to any media entertainment, I just instinctively call it a game. We are forever apart. I'm so sorry. Anyway. Yeah, I want to come back here at night. There's one Skulltula here that I can't get, but there's another that I can get. So I want that Skulltula. But first... I once had the misfortune of having of witnessing a family member's rather nice vase fall off a table and shatter on the ground, and true to form, it made this exact noise. It is cartoonish how accurate that sound was. Because I've never heard that sound in real life. I've never heard broken pottery or whatever. Wait a minute, what the hell am I doing? I'm meant to be waiting until night time. Jeez, I'm really getting distracted here. Okay, here's another thing I can ramble about. So, in the first few parts of Georgia streaming this game, she was having a lot of trouble Z-targeting enemies. Because, now, if you play it in the vanilla way, you generally always face where Link is going, right? Like, this is just a habit that you get into. When you want to look at something, you press Z or L to snap in that direction. That's normal. So when you want to lock onto an enemy, you of course face the enemy and then Z target at it. You know, enemy to the right, look at the enemy, Z target it. Enemy to the left, look at it, Z target it. The only way you can control the camera in this game is to move Link and press L. So it's very intuitive. If you want to look onto an enemy, you look at it with Link and then press L. That doesn't work when you have the camera stick. With the camera stick, you'll have your back to an enemy, but you'll look at it with the camera. And then you want to lock onto it, so you press L. And then Link does this and you get killed. Not good. Not great. So what I did, because the PC port is open source, it's based on a decompilation, I could actually rummage through the game's code and find the code for the Z targeting. And reading the code, yeah, there's just some basic like vector projection, angle calculation stuff, and it's like an angle of 45 degrees or something, where if Link isn't looking at an enemy within that angle, it won't consider it a target. Stuff like that. And if you just disable that, well, bada boom, you can now lock onto enemies who are behind Link. See? The magic of programming, huh? Ain't that cool? But that is not to say that the game no longer takes Link's direction into account. No, the game considers Link's direction in two ways. One, as a form of priority, and the other as a form of cutoff. Again, the game will not consider any enemies that are outside of a, I think, 45-degree angle, radius, whatever, of Link where he's facing. But the game also considers where Link is facing in determining the priority. So an enemy not only has to be on screen, it has to be in front of Link, but what if you have multiple enemies that are on screen and multiple enemies that are in front of Link? The game now has to decide which one locking on will lock onto. And if it were arbitrary, it would suck. You know, you'd be doing everything in your power to say, this enemy, I want to lock onto this enemy. And then the game will just lock onto some enemy that's barely on screen, you know? So the game takes into consideration which character, which enemy Link is more so facing towards. That's how the game knows which enemy to lock onto. So if there are two enemies on screen, and Link is facing one of them, then if you press Z or L, you will target that enemy, not any other enemy. That is intact. The modification I made did not undo that. So you can see, I don't need to be facing the enemy, but now there are two enemies, and it's arbitrary. Come on, I need two of you to show this off. Can I get another? Alright, I look at... Damn it. Pfft, okay. This one, I guess. This one? Yeah. If you could stand still, I'd be able to show this off better. But I got two enemies. Which one do I want to look at? The one on the right? There we go. See? I locked onto the one on the right. So, that's the way it works. Sorry, I just noticed that the viewer number went up by 1 very briefly before going back down by 1. And I'm thinking, what did that person just witness? They click on this stream, they start watching, what do they see? They see this, banging on about like the video game internal logic of how Z targeting works, while I'm getting my butt handed to me by Keys. I mean, I ain't complaining. I think I'm quite cool, actually. But anyhow, as a microcosm, bit weird. So now that I've done what I need to do there, I need to get back to Kakiri Forest. Or I could just go to Kakariko Village. You know, sod it. No, I'm going to go to Kakariko Village and I'm going to learn the Sun Song, because then I can control time at will, which will make it way easier to have it be nighttime when I need it to be nighttime. Because, yeah, this is a pain in the butt in Twilight Princess, waiting for it to turn to night. I don't know how the game that so blatantly is just Ocarina of Time, again, does not have a time skip functionality like this one does. Even Majora's Mask has a damn time skip function, you know? Ugh. Heck, Wind Waker does, doesn't it? Wind Waker has a song that advances time. But Twilight Princess just doesn't. And yet you need it to be nighttime to look for pearls. You need it to be nighttime so you can donate at the Mallow Mart. Like, absolutely stupid baloney. What is with Twilight Princess? Jeez. Alright, what other crazy stuff can I go on and rant about? Good old Kakariko Village. Yeah, it's in its first appearance, believe it or not. Nor is the music. It's actually all from A Link to the Past. A lot of people just don't know that. You'll be surprised how many people, when you say, like, what's your favourite Zelda song from Ocarina of Time? And they'll say Kakariko Village, or they'll say Zelda's Lullaby. They are both from A Link to the Past. Though I don't know if I'm entirely confident in saying that. I haven't played A Link to the Past in a very, very long time. Never beat it. I got up to, like, the Dark World, did 1 or 2 temples in the Dark World, and then I just lost interest. Yeah, there's just something up with me in my old age. I can't quite get into a game like I used to back in the day. It is a bit depressing, actually. I mean, I say that. A couple of years back, I actually, out of nowhere, picked up Earthbound Zero, you know, Mother 1. Yeah, I went and got like the, I gave that a go. And I was really into it. I actually beat the game like twice in a row. I played the game, beat it 1 time, all blind, no guide, and then did it again, just to see how far I'd come. And it's a nice game. It's got a bit of a sad tone to it, but yeah, I like that game. So it's not like I can't get into games these days, especially old ones. Who knows, maybe my tastes have just changed. I mean, I think I could have still gotten into this game as an adult, but why can't I? Why am I just not that into A Link to the Past? Maybe it's because it's so similar to this game. It just doesn't feel new. Maybe it's because I've played and beaten A Link Between Worlds and Link's Awakening and Zelda 1. Yeah, I've played my fair share of top-down 2D Zelda. Dampere's not out yet. Whatever, I need to learn to control time anyway. Actually, I want the shield. Give me the shield. Yeah, here's another thing lost to time from the old VODs. So, yeah, I just instructed George on where to find a Hylian shield. Just because what's the sense in spending money on the thing? There's just one sitting in the graveyard. But I don't know, I still think I'm just not really as capable of getting into games as I used to be. For example, Breath of the Wild. Like, no, I have Breath of the Wild and I could not care less for it. I just don't like it. I don't enjoy it. It's a boring, empty game with nothing to do, in my opinion. Which is a weird opinion to have, right? Like, people love that game. So many people say it's one of the best games ever made. And then Tears of the Kingdom came out and everyone said it was bad. Not Tears of the Kingdom, Breath of the Wild. What the hell is happening? You know, 1 minute I'm playing the game and I think, wow, this sucks. And no one agrees with me. Then Breath of the Wild comes out. Apparently, everyone thought it was a boring, empty game all along. What? I think I'm just going crazy here. That or everyone around me is going crazy. Yeah, I like my game with stuff to do in it. A big empty open world with nothing to do but collect butterflies and do item collecting quests. Bring me 5 butterflies. Boring. Oof. Like, yeah, in terms of my favourite Zelda games, I mean, this one's definitely up there. I do really, really like Ocarina of Time, even if it isn't my favourite by any stretch of the imagination. Then you have, well, at my top, probably Majora's Mask. I really like Majora's Mask. I get that the time mechanic isn't to everyone's fancy, but it is to mine, so I don't care what other people think. Like, yeah, it's a game where you can't take your time, where you can't take in the scenery, you can't relax. Yeah, it's a video game. It's meant to be a challenge. So I'm sure as hell not upset about that. But the game also has only 4 temples and a bucket load of side quests, and I love that. I really like side quests for some reason. You know, it's what I like about Fallout New Vegas. You can actually beat the game itself in a couple of hours. Just take a certain route through the hidden valley to Vegas, meet Mr. House, choose a faction, do their basic quests for an hour or so, and then do the final fight. That's it. But that's not why I like that game. Why I like that game is that the whole world, there's just so much stuff to do. You go to a new town like Novak, or like the NCR Outpost, or Camp Golf, Camp McCarran, Freeside, Westside. There are quests everywhere. And a lot of them amount to go here, do a thing, or go here, kill a bunch of enemies. On paper it may seem dull, but in execution it's nice to do. Oh no, my house is full of rad scorpions, go kill them. Yeah, it's nice, I enjoy it. And then you have the opposite. You have Zelda games where there are too many damn temples and barely any side quests, and that would be this game a little, Wind Waker quite a bit, Twilight Princess absolutely. I swear, Twilight Princess has like 2 side quests and that's it. It has the Mallow Mart and it has... what, the fishing? Bombing that one Goron out of the shard in Zora's domain? What is there to do in that game? For real? What an empty, soulless game, and I don't mean soulless in the usual sense. Like, no. Twilight Princess does have a flair and identity of its own, but when it comes to the game being soulless and something that's bloody empty, yeah, it's an empty game, alright. There are treasure chests just around Hyrule Field. That doesn't count, that's boring as hell, IMO. Is there anything else to do here? Remember there being a secret pit somewhere. Maybe not secret pit, but a secret grave that has... oh, god damn it. Right, the kids here. Let's make it nighttime. I said nighttime, Link. My drink is empty. You know what? I'm gonna be back. I do not want to do this dehydrated. It's already warm enough in here as it is. Let's see. I think I can stick it on the BRB screen. Can I do that? BRB? Alright, we're back. Man, with this get-up, I look like some kind of trucker or something. Some kind of southern trucker. So, yep, back on the stream manager. Alright, let's resume. So, yeah, with all that darned kid around, I can now pull out the gravestones and find that secret pit whose contents I do not recall. Oh dear, I've committed an affront to death. Where is this damn tombstone thing? There we go, second from the left. I'll try and keep that in mind in the future. So what have we got here? So we've got a re-dead. Alright, fair enough. Let's smack it with a stick. Oh dear. You know what? Get shanked. There we go. Okay, here's some trivia for you. This game has a bug. And it's a Song of Storms I want to use, isn't it? Is it? Oh, I'm losing track. I'm losing my marbles. Never mind. Alright, so this chest, it's more of a thing you'd notice you'd want in a randomizer. Because if I remember it, the contents of that chest is actually really underwhelming. It may be something like 200 rupees, so I may as well get a skull tooler and then get the adult's wallet and then open that chest just in case. I don't want to just waste rupees. But yeah, was I rambling about something earlier? I don't think I was. Oh well. So, Kakariko Village. It has some odd secrets in it. You know, you can actually climb into like a hole in the side of the windmill. And there's like a little pathway there. Like, look at that. You can actually get in there. And I remember there being basically nothing in there. A really odd little hidden detail, you know? There are so many nooks and crannies in this game where I'd expect a really cool reward. Even if it's just like a hidden NPC to be like, how would you do that, you know? Never, not once. The game just has these hidden alcoves with really disappointing things hidden in them. I remember I was complaining about Twilight Princess having no side quests and basically nothing to do. Yeah, like I know if you look around enough you'll find hookshot things to latch onto, maybe some things for that spinning top to grip along, whatever. Still not great IMO. Alright, let's see if I can pull this off. Georgia somehow did this accidentally. She landed on the fence and I said, well, you may as well talk to the fella while you're here. And boom, she did a sequence break to get an item early. There we go. Okay. Ah, things are coming together. The House of Skulltula. Yeah, the House of Skulltula. I actually quite like how this is done. So yes, there are gold Skulltulas, there are 100 of them, and you get rewards for more of them that you kill. This was terrifying when I was a kid. Absolutely terrifying. Anyway, again, I like how it's done. So 10 Skulltulas will get you this guy, 20 will get you like this guy, 30 will get you this guy, 40 will get you this guy, and 50 will get you this guy. And pretty much all of them give you decent rewards, with the exception of the 41, who will just give you something really, really worthless. But 50 here will give you a piece of heart, which is nice. And then that's it. You don't get anything for 60, 70, 80, 90, 99, but you do get this guy for 100. And all he really gives you is infinite money. And as an added touch, when you talk to these characters, like, oh gosh, help me, help me, help me. But when you've saved all of these 5 people, and you've gotten 50 Skulltulas, this guy's still a Skulltula. If you talk to him, he actually won't beg for help. He'll just say that he's happy his children are safe. Which is, like I said, it's an interesting touch. Because a collectathon where you have to get 100 Skulltulas sounds a little bit, well, painful and completely arbitrary. So to really make it so you only need 50 of them to get, like, item completion, you know, every heart piece, every weapon upgrade, and having the 100 Skulltulas just be basically infinite money, to have it just be maybe you just really want to save that NPC from being a spider. I like that it's pretty much optional, even if you're going for 100%. If you're going for 100%, you do not have to get all 100 Skull Toolers. Oh, I've got to do this again. Alright then. Oh dear. Oh, this is annoying. There we go. Oh right, I was trying to explain a glitch, wasn't I? There's a bug. So Link's various attacks have an associated damage. So a jump attack does higher damage, a regular slashing, stabbing, whatever attack does like 1x damage. The Deku Stick naturally does higher damage, a jump attack with a Deku Stick is like a damage multiplier of a damage multiplier. The shield stab though, this ability, apparently it doesn't actually have an associated damage value. It causes the game to reuse the previous damage value. So if you do a jump attack and then start doing this afterwards, each little stab does a jump attack's worth of damage. Meanwhile, if you do a regular slash, it'll do a regular slash's amount of damage. If you do a jump attack with a stick, it now does a jump attack with a stick's worth of damage, which is pretty useful for absolutely cheesing some bosses, as you dish out way more damage in a period of time than the developers ever intended you to. It's pretty neat. I think they might have fixed that in the 3DS version. That or I'm just crazy, because I had a real rough time defeating the final boss, where I kept doing it, you know, at the very beginning, I did a jump attack with a stick or whatever, and then just did this, and it took a good like 10-20 minutes for the boss to go down. It had so much health. So I'm thinking, you know, maybe the 3DS version fixed it. Who knows? It would be easy to find out. Just go find an enemy and then figure out how many hits it takes to kill normally and then abnormally. Hello there. Oh, we got a friend. We got a friend in chat. Hello, friend. How are you? How do I ban you? I'm gonna multitask. Come on, Twitch. You know I wanna. You know I want to. I want to get rid of this person. There we go. Bye-bye. Bye-bye. Anyhow, so where was I? Yeah, I want to do the Dampe quest. This one kind of sucks. The Dampe minigame, to my understanding, is completely random. I mean, obviously, it's pseudo-RNG. You can manipulate it, probably. But I can't. I don't know how to do that. Yeah, Dampe only comes out at a certain time. Not a time that you can control with music, unfortunately. I think time aliases to the nearest multiple of 12 hours, which is not when Dampe is out and about. Anyway. Sure, what was I going to share? Yeah, Dampe also suffers from a bug. If you win his little minigame and you get a heart piece, but you don't pick it up, you just leave it on the floor, you can leave the graveyard, come back, and the heart piece will have completely disappeared. Not only will the heart piece have completely disappeared, it will be rendered completely unobtainable. I'm not too sure about that. I've never done it before, but I think that's what I've read. This port has a little bug fix for it, so it doesn't despawn. Not that no, actually, I think I do have that enabled, actually. Anyway, yeah, okay, it was definitely late in the night. Come on, come on. It didn't take that long. I need to pass time, so Dampe will be out. So this guy, he'll tell me the time, won't he? No? Come on. Here we go. Okay, the current time is 3 in the morning. Yeah, alright. I think that might be it. Yeah, if you go to the door of Dampe's little shack, he'll tell you what time he is out. And I didn't, because I thought I knew better. Oh well. So, but yeah, this minigame's just a pain in the butt. Because not only is it completely random, it's full of waiting. You'll see it when we get there. But Dampier, he just walks around the graveyard, and you have to talk to him on top of random patches to get him to dig them up. He takes his time, he really does. Is he still not out? Okay, what have I done wrong? Hang on. I didn't mean to skip all that. Okay. The grave digging tour is over. Goodness sake. I'm in bed. Go away and play. Oh, really? Okay, 1 minute. I'm going to fast forward to daytime. Maybe then he'll tell me when he does his thing. So. Man, all this for a piece of heart. It's only 12. I Dampier am in bed. Go away and... Oh, really? Does he actually not tell you? Well, that's disappointing. That's weird. Whatever. So let me guess. He's still not out because it's stupid o'clock. It's 0-0 now. The tour is over. Oh, this is getting me upset. This is actually getting me upset. Oh well, fine. I'll come back and deal with him later. He's like the one minigame I can't just fast forward to. Jeez. So Kakariko at night. I believe I have ran out of things to do here. So let's just go to daytime. I was going to ask where the music was. Anyway. Yeah, cuckoo collecting. Yeah, this one really likes to mess with you because you got cuckoos over here. Actually, no, I was being stupid. George actually figured this out in the old VODs, in the old streams. As a kid, I always thought you meant to do a tricky jump off that ledge over there near the windmill, over the fence with a chicken. But you can actually just walk through this. There's this potion shop over here, and if you enter it, you can actually walk out the back door, and it will take you to where those chickens are hiding. So that trick I did with the chicken off the ledge, which I've been doing for like the past 20 years, was actually completely pointless. Wait, what? Okay, never mind, I guess. Maybe the chicken thing is necessary. There's a guy in the way, you know? What the hell? Heck. No swearing. Oh. Anyway. So, like, really, how are you supposed to do this? The only other way I can think of is to do that jump off of the tower, which is probably unintentional anyway. Because lets you get the guy on the rooftop early. But yeah, that's the way I've been doing for 20 years, and it seems to be the only way. But yeah, there are 2 chickens, or cuckoos, whatever the game calls them up here. Even though they're obviously just chickens. Roosters in particular. This bit, I remember as a kid, struck me as a bit weird. Because it actually, you can see past the end of the world. So there's not just a brick wall here, no, there's a fence blocking this little valley thing. Oh, am I stupid? Okay, you know what? I never realised that leads to the graveyard. In all these years, I've never realised that. I thought it was just there taunting me, hinting that there's more to the world, but you can't explore it, you know? Oh well, at least I finally have an answer to that old mystery. Yeah, another thing George showed me that might just be a quality of life thing from this port is the game remembering which chickens have been thrown in there. I swear, it used to be that if you went in a building, or if you left Kakariko Village, the chickens who were in the coop would despawn and go back to their normal places. So yeah, safe to say I was a bit confused when George went to a building, came back out, and the chickens were still in their coop. Like, that's not how I remember this minigame working. Oh, yeah. As a kid, as a kid I would do this. Like, how do I get this chicken? Simple. Shoot it. But now that I think about it, you could probably just jump across with a chicken in your hands. I don't know. I don't know how little kid me chose a really weird solution to that problem. But to be fair, I think Ryan taught me that one actually, my cousin, the one who got me this game. Another random bit of storytelling I've got for you is this game, specifically this GameCube version of Ocarina of Time, is the one that taught me about video game regions and how to change a game's region. So you see, the N64 is one of those game consoles where the games run at 50 FPS or 25 FPS in PAL regions. That stopped being the case for later consoles, but before then, yeah, this was the reality we lived in. All games ran like a sixth slower than they were meant to. It was awful. Like, this game already runs at 20 FPS on the N64. Imagine how bad it was for us PAL players, running at, what, 16? Horrific. Anyway. Yeah, so where was I? Yeah. So I have this GameCube version of the game, and I like to play it in an emulator. Not a GameCube emulator, mind you, an actual N64 emulator. So I figured out how to open the game's ISO. Oh, well, extract an ISO from the disk using a modded Wii, then open the ISO, and then extract a TGC file, which is apparently just a weird kind of ISO file with a header, and then from that you can actually extract a fully unencrypted Ocarina of Time and Majora's Mask ROM. And I can then fire them up in an emulator. So that's all well and good. Did I really just collect all the chickens and then forget that I collected all the chickens? Oh well. But then I'd be playing the game in the emulator and I would notice the game is running at 50 Hz. 20, not even 25 FPS. You know, it's running at the PAL speed and not the full 60 VIs that it's supposed to. I thought it may have been lag because this was when I had a very flimsy dual-core APU-powered laptop. It's pretty weak, 2010 era hardware. But with that in mind, no, that was actually not the problem. Yeah, I looked it up and I found that games run at 50 VIs when they're PAL. And so I figured, well, what makes this game PAL? Oh, it's from Europe. Okay, well, how do I make it not from Europe? And that's when I discovered you can download a hex editor, open the ROM, and edit the game's header. There's like a letter E that you change to P, or... Yeah, I'm pretty sure it is. So US ROMs have an E at the end of their little serial code, and PAL ones have a P at the end. So if you just change that one letter, you magically convert the game to a US region game. But bear in mind, that isn't necessarily the best idea to do, because it depends on how the game was made to work for PAL. Either it's literally the same game but with a different header, or they changed the way the game behaves so that the difference in frame rate isn't an issue. So some games, if you change their region, will completely break, others will work perfectly fine. Now, I use that region modded ROM forever, and I've never noticed any issues with it, so I think it's fine. But yeah, other games like Donkey Kong 64, probably not a good idea to go region modding those. Because I've heard Donkey Kong 64, they made it so that the PAL version, everyone moves quicker, all the characters move faster to make up for the 1/6 performance difference. And I don't know if it does that at runtime, based on what the region is, or if it's done at compile time, based on which region ROM is being compiled. Yeah, I guess you can say I've been doing this technical stuff for a very long time. I mean, heck, back on that same old laptop back around 2010, I was making basic Minecraft mods, like restoring the Sky World, you know, before it became the end. Yeah, I suppose I'll do the Happy Mask quest here while I'm here. But yeah, I mean, if you wonder why the hell I keep talking about programming stuff, it's because I've been living and breathing that stuff since around 2009. Whee! Oh, would you look at that? I can fiddle with the camera during this. Yeah, normally when you talk to an NPC, the camera focuses on them, but characters like give you an item and then immediately continue talking to you. there's a bug or whatever where it causes that to fail, so instead the camera goes back to default video game camera, and with this free cam in the PC port you can look around. This house you cannot go into. It's impossible. When you're an adult it becomes a shop. Just an odd little thing. You know, normally you can explore anywhere and everywhere whenever you want, but not there. Hey. You know, I'm sorry, I autopiloted for a good like 10-15 minutes there. What happened with that one grave? You remember the one with the re-dead where you have to play the Sun song? Like, what happened? Did I get Deku nuts or something? Oh, for the love of God. Okay, fine. Has to be nighttime or it won't let me move the graves. But really, what the heck did I do? Like, I was not paying attention, and I don't recall what was in that chest, which has me thinking maybe I didn't open the chest. Let's find out. Jeez, we're nearly 2 hours in and I still have not done the second temple. I'm actually now a bit worried that I'm not going to reach Adult Link by the end of this stream. I did open the chest. What was in that blooming chest? What was in it? Was there a heart piece? Was there Deku nuts? What happened? I'm gonna have to go back and watch the VOD. That reminds me, when this stream is over, I'm gonna have to figure out how to upload it to YouTube. And once again, I need a drink. It's getting dark in here too. Jeez. Oh, yeah, nighttime. Actually, you know what? I want it to be nighttime. Because on Death Mountain Trail, there are some Skulltulers. Though, now that I think about it, I don't have any bombs, so I can't really do anything with the Skulltulers. Oh, well. Still upset about Dampier, though. I'm gonna have to just find a good time to come back and do the grave digging tour. Death Mountain. The naming of this mountain's a bit weird. Now, I haven't played that much for Link to the Past, but apparently in the Light World it's called Mount Erebus or something. Death Mountain is actually the Dark World version. So how is it in this game this place is called Death Mountain? This isn't set in the Dark World, you know. Heck, I'm pretty sure this game's a prequel to A Link to the Past. So it has nothing to do with the Dark World, so what the hell happened there? Daytime already? Jeez, time really flies in this game. So Goron. I remember this really interesting tutorial way back in like 2010 or so, where someone had explained how to take an emulator and somehow capture all of its 3D rendering data, and you can import it into like Blender. So the example the guy used was a Goron. So the guy was able to intercept like the DirectX commands, whatever that the emulator was spitting out, and then just turn it into like a .obj file that you could load in Blender or 3ds Max or Maya. Yeah, it was pretty interesting. Because I'm so used to the idea of emulators simulating a console, not necessarily running it directly. So it was just weird to think, the game's actually rendering, or the emulator is actually rendering the same way a conventional game does, because you're able to pull out polygon data like with any other game. Alright, it's been a while since I did this, but oh wait, I need bombs, don't I? Oh, guess we'll never know now. Let's see. Took Georgia a while to figure out what to do here, actually, because she got the hint that with this game, you play Zelda's Lullaby on inscriptions of the Triforce. Does this look like a Triforce to you? That's a welcome, Matt. And yet the game expects you to know to play Zelda's Lullaby there. And yeah, last I checked, the game makes it leaves it pretty vague. You can like talk to the door, and Darunia will say like, "Go away, I'm only waiting for a messenger of the royal family." Yeah, there we go. Like you just said there. But then you're supposed to remember that the song is associated with messengers of the royal family, when otherwise the game has you associate with Triforces on the floor. Like, it does that for the whole game. As late as the bottom of the well, the game has you playing Zelda's Lullaby on a Triforce. You know, so it is just one part of the game where the fact that it isn't a Triforce just makes the game a bit cryptic. She was stuck here for like a good 10 minutes, not knowing to play the damn song on the welcome mat. Anyway, any trivia I have about this place? Okay, well, my cousins lied to me once. It's like, Ryan has a brother, and Ryan's brother, Ryan being my cousin, his brother told me that there's a secret here. If you play, like, what was it, the Song of Storms or something, in front of one of these holes, you'll be attacked by a Re-Dead, and if you defeat the Re-Dead, you'll get a cool item. Yeah, I fell for that, but I was also a bit terrified of doing it because the way he described it was like it was a super Re-Dead. I can't say I'm actually that... I've never really been subjected to many video game myths before, you know, video game urban legends. You know, either I've forgotten them all or I never knew them to begin with. The only other one I can really think of off the top of my head is the whole secret Cook and Mama 1 recipe that you get for getting a 5-star on every... Oh, poor stick. That you get for 5-starring every dish. Turns out that was a complete load of phony baloney. And that the game really does just have an odd number of dishes, and so the bottom right corner of the menu grid will forever remain empty. The whole little jingle there is a bit weird. The da-na-na-na, when you light up the torches. You might think, why did it do that? It's actually because these torches remain permanently lit, and the only way to do that is to have them be designated as, like, quest torches or whatever. In the 3DS version, the developers figured that's weird, and they undid it. So now it no longer makes a little jingle when you light them, at the consequence of those torches no longer remain permanently lit. Oh dear god, why did I say yes to that? Anyway. Yeah, the 3DS version has the odd regression or two. Like, here's a weird little regression. Little Link with his tiny little sword. There's some indication that his sword wasn't always so damn tiny. Like, look how small this thing is. It's pathetic. And yet when you swing your sword, does that white line not look way longer than the knife? Than the sword? And yeah, like if you just freeze frame it and take a good look, the white slash is twice as long. So either Link was meant to have a sword that was twice as long, or the sword is twice as long and they just shrunk the model. Whatever. But regardless, in the 3DS version they fixed it, which has me a bit worried. Like, okay, they made the slash shorter, one that looks way less cool when the slice is now tiny as well. But additionally, it doesn't look so good because... Oh, it's not good. Because in theory that means the sword's hitbox is smaller too. Or did they really just shorten the effect without shrinking the hitbox? I would hope for as much. So I'm still a bit disappointed they didn't just give Link a bigger blooming sword really. Oh well. Okay, I need to be here at night time. Because there's a skull tooler here, even when you're a kid. It's behind the Know-It-All Brothers house, I believe. Usually when I play the randomizer, it's the first skull tool I go after. I mean, it is in a rather convenient spot. Especially when you configure the randomizer so that you spawn at nighttime at the very beginning, instead of in the flipping day. Yeah, the randomizer without the sun song is pretty annoying. Because you may need to kill a skull tooler to get an item that needs to progress in the game, but the game may not have given you the sun song yet, so you're forced to just stand around and wait for it to become daytime. And yeah, I know, the randomizer has an option so that you just spawn with the sun song, or that an item that you absolutely need in order to finish the game will not be attached to a time-limited skull tooler. Fair enough, but you know, if you forget to configure the ROM that way, or if you're in the mood for a challenge, be prepared to just stand around waiting for nighttime skull toolers to spawn. Not fun, to put it lightly. Still don't know Saria's song, can't do anything with that guy yet. I also don't have any magic beans yet. Here I am saying the game gives you nothing to do with your rupees. The magic bean salesman is actually one of the few exceptions. I should really be heading to Zora's River, I should say, at some point to spend the rupees on that guy, so I'm just begin planting magic beans everywhere. Though, you actually don't need to plant all of them. Most of the places you put magic beans, they're not needed at all. I don't need to be here, do I? Yeah, there's a magic bean spot there, but I'm not doing that right now. You know what I should be doing is bugs. Oh, dearie me. Okay, where can I find some bugs? I cannot believe I forgot to do the bug Skulltula hunt. There's some. Okay, so this is what I also showed Georgia at the start of the game. Yeah, the bean planting spots. Yes, you can plant beans there, but you can also drop bugs on them. And the bugs will reveal... I said that way too early because now we're going to be stood here for the next 10 seconds waiting for the thing to reveal. Wow, rude little blighter. So, there we go, Skulltula. And I have to do that for every single bean spot. How many have I walked past so far, you know? Deary me. But yeah, there's one near the bridge. Let's go do that one. Yeah, I remember it being like an achievement and a half for little kid me to actually remember the order through the way to get through this area. Because yeah, this part of the game, the music is guiding you. But once you go and meet Saria, the game stops doing the music thing, so you have basically no way of knowing which way to go. I eventually learned that there's a trick. Again, I went over this with Georgia in the Lost Vaults. But if you do this, if you just stand right at the edge of the darkness, you can see it fade in. Unless it's a dead end. If it's a dead end where you will get lost, then when you stand at the edge of the darkness, you will not see anything. So, safe, right? But I'm going to go up to another one and it won't be safe. So like this one, good. Then I come over here. Not good, this is not safe. That's how I brute forced it. But then after a while of brute forcing it, I finally drilled it into my head that, okay, so the way to go is this way, left, straight, left, right, you know? Like, yeah, if you drill it in long enough, you'll eventually memorise it. I'm really hoping Japanese will work the same way too. Because yeah, I've got hiragana and katakana pretty much completely memorised, and I have been looking at handwritten script so I can recognise the hideously disfigured versions of hiragana and katakana. Like me, I suppose that's the essence of learning, just repeating until you remember it. And yes, you can indeed one-hit kill that Wolfos, I believe it's called. George wasn't doing so well here. She didn't understand the shield deflecting mechanic and she wasn't really locking on very much. Though to be fair, the top-down camera was also not helping her very much. Like, what is with this actually? Why is it when you Z-target here, the camera looks down on you? Does that ever happen in Majora's Mask? I don't think it does. I vaguely recall it being kind of amazing when I was a kid to discover this location. Because when I was a kid, I did a lot of free roaming. I explored all over Kokiri Forest, Death Mountain, Hyrule Market, and of course Kokiri Forest and the Lost Woods. So to discover this big secret area was here all along blew my mind. And yeah, I mean, I suppose it's only fitting. Like, I've heard that Zelda, at least Zelda 1 anyway, was based on like Miyamoto wanting to recreate the feeling of exploring caves near his home when he was a kid. And yeah, that essence of adventure and exploring, yeah, occasionally shines through in this game. Unlike a certain other Zelda game where it just feels like meandering around in Fallout 3. Man, my throat is getting all kinds of sore. I've been talking for 2 hours straight. Then, you know, obviously I talk fairly loud so I come through on the mic, but maybe I should be a bit more up close and personal. There is no pop filter though, so that may sound horrific. I apologise. Yeah, okay, 2 hours in and we're just before Dodongo's Cavern. Oh dearie me, will we really actually get to Adult Link within the next 4 hours? Within 2 hours. Yeah, geez, as the streams with Georgia have illustrated, Saria is a bit useless. Basically, she's there to give you hints like Navi. Unlike Navi, you can request her help on command, which is appreciated, but she rarely has anything useful to say. Like, really, Navi probably has more useful input than Saria does. Like, Navi has some granularity to her advice. Depending on where you are in the game, she'll give you advice. And that threshold of how much further along the game you have to be before she gives you new advice, it's much smaller, it's much finer. Saria, though, geez, it feels like you can break the game up into quarters and she'll give you a hint for each quarter. Yeah, not very useful. Speaking of not very useful, the Bloomin' Owl. Why can I not skip this one? Jeez. There we go. Do not care, buddy. So I could head back to Goron City. You know, I've opened up the shortcut. Do I have enough rupees to go to Zora's River? I mean, I suppose I should anyway. How am I gonna get there? What's a good way? Jeez, I feel like every route is very long and annoying. Well, also there's a bean planting spot over here. I should go deal with that. You see, that's the problem. If I had just thought to get the damned magic beans ahead of time, I'd be able to not only plant, do the whole bug thing, but I would have been able to plant the magic beans as well. Then again, you know what? No, the 3 bug swap. Oh wait, come back. There we go. The 3 bean spots I've come across so far have all been worthless. This one leads to rupees. One just is a shortcut to the bridge, and the third, while it is a way to a skull tooler, you don't really need the plant for that. You can just hook shot it. So, what else? What other optional stuff can I do before moving on to Dodongo's Cavern? I don't have bombs yet, so I can't really go bombing that one room in the Goron City. Yeah, I think I really have whittled it down to just some magic beans and then Death Mountain or Dodongo's Cavern. So let's go do that. But yeah, I'm pretty sure Nintendo were trying to hide Zora's River here. Like, it doesn't have like a little stub on the edge of the map. Though to be fair, neither does Hyrule Town for some reason. Oh well. Wait a minute, I need bombs to get to the... Oh, heavens above. For a second I thought the bean salesman was before the wall, but no, it's behind it. Jeez. Well, what do I do now? Don't think there's any point in... Oh, no. Now I'm thinking, but if I waste time, I can make it do the Dampier thing. You know, now that I think about it, I think there is a way to do time manipulation that actually works. That is granular to any time. Do it in the overworld. When you do it in the overworld, time doesn't travel with a fade to black. No, the time just fast forwards. So if we come up here and then cross cross the line at the perfect time, we can get any time we want. So let's give that a go. So, no, that is the wrong button. Oh dear. Damn it! Oh, Whatever, I'll go get new bugs in the graveyard anyway. Okay, let's swap these around so I don't make that mistake again. Let's try that for the set. Oh my goodness. Yeah, this laptop's running really hot, so my fuse is running a bit short. But yeah, if I remember right, the Sun Song is actually still in Majora's Mask's data. It does the same thing. There we go, freshly turned tonight. But yeah, Majora's Mask still having the Sun Song is a bit terrifying actually, because it just causes the moon to fall on you in fast motion. Quite unnerving. I don't normally wear glasses. They give me a good poke right behind my ears. Very uncomfortable. There he is. It's only been like an hour since I tried doing this for the first time. But here's Dampier. Sluggish racer extraordinaire. Woo. I do wonder, will the Ocarina of Time decompilation be extended to the 3DS version at any point? I mean, they already did the IK version, so they're willing to go beyond the N64. Damn it. Okay, well, I got a small refund and that's it. You know, I do wonder if actually, I wonder how the randomness of this minigame works. Is it randomly chosen where the heart piece is, or for each spot, is it random whether a heart piece comes out? Like, if you do the same spot twice, do you get a different result? Is it possible to do a spot once, and then on the second time you get a heart piece? I mean, if I were programming this feature, it would be easier to do the latter, even though it makes no sense. Jeez, okay, doing this the hard way, I suppose. Well, actually, you can spam Dampier into digging the same spot multiple times in a row, and I don't believe you get anything for it. So maybe the game actually does pre-compute where the heart piece is. So you're guaranteed to get it eventually. That would be more fair than the alternative. Oh boy. There are two spots here. I don't know if they both count as individual spots or just one combined. I suppose I could just look at the game's code to find that out, but I haven't. That is the nice thing about decompilation, though. It allows you to learn things that you didn't know before. I mean, that is half the motivation for decompilations and disassemblies, to help speedrunners. Other times it's for ports, other times it's for ROM hacks. But yeah, it scares me that people make ROM hacks of games that were written in C. Because it's one thing to work with a disassembly of a game that was written in assembly, but a disassembly of a game that was not written in assembly, it was written in a compiled language, like that's just sadistic. But yeah, I am having absolutely no luck here. We're approaching one of the final spots and I still don't have the heart piece. Just adjusting the mic. Oh yeah, right, Dampier, how can I forget? Ew, it looks like the Georgia is joining us. Hello, Georgia. Damn it. Oh, really?
Hello, my adoring viewers.
Yeah, feeling any better?
Yeah. Yeah, hi guys. I don't know whether Fred's explained it.
No.
But, yeah. I don't know what happened overnight, but I have basically come down with something. Yeah. And I don't know what it is. Like, it's weird because like I don't have like the bowel pain that you get with stomach bugs. I don't know whether I'm just like, I don't know, exhausted. But yeah, it it kind of sucks because it meant I wasn't able to go to my dad's today. I am still glad I got to see him, even if for a little bit, because he came to pick up my car for the adult stuff.
Yeah, MOT and the like.
Yeah, so um, did you block that bot earlier?
Yeah, I did.
Okay, yay. um, So yeah, had I felt in a better mood, I probably would have either joined Fred for a proper collaboration stream, or I might have gone ahead with my usual game cycle stream of Ghost of Tsushima. But yeah, I've just not felt so great today. Um, but I'm hoping, given that I am slowly getting better, I think, unless it comes back even less tomorrow, which I'm hoping it won't. Yeah, hopefully I'll be back tomorrow with my usual schedule.
Well, I do hope you feel better soon, honey.
Yeah, because I think you also had the same thing as me, but just not as bad. Because, like, basically, I've had, like, I don't know whether I'd say I'm feverish or not, but I've had like a high temperature all day. Like I've been pretty warm. Yeah. I also had like a migraine style headache where it wasn't like all over my head. It was just in one area. And yeah, even though I had plenty of sleep last night, I've just felt tired all day. So, but yeah, I hope Fred's been keeping you entertained with his expert playthrough of Ocarina of Time.
You say expert, I'm getting my butt handed to me by Dampe here.
Oh
This is
wow.
pure RNG nonsense.
Yeah.
Good heavens. Oh, screw this. I think the game's just bugged. I've gone around the entire graveyard 1.5 times, and he hasn't found the treasure. It's meant to be in one of the holes. I've made him dig all of the holes, and there's been no treasure.
Yeah.
This is nonsense.
Oh wow. I totally didn't mean to time it right, but if you're streaming for 4 hours today, I've almost perfectly timed it so that I've come in halfway through. Funny.
Yeah.
Funny.
Man, this side quest has been such a pain in the butt. Because he only shows up at a certain time of night, so fast forwarding time with the sun song doesn't work.
Also, for the record, this hat is not my fiance's hat, it is my hat. I mean, do you really think my fiance would wear a hat that has, I mean, you can't really see it, but it has Anya from Spy Family, one of our mutual favourite animes, on it.
It's even written under the hood bit.
Yeah, and there's even a Spy Family tag on the side of it.
Yeah, what cruel nonsense. I came here with so many rupees and I just wasted them on what is essentially gambling in a kid's game. Thanks, Nintendo.
At least the good thing about me just resting today is it means I've managed to get through quite a bit of watching, because I've actually just finished season 2 of Squid Game. So I'm all caught up. Which, yeah, I wasn't expecting season 2 to be so short, but apparently season 3, which premieres in June, is gonna carry right on from where season 2 left off. And I know the cast of Squid Game also filmed seasons 2 and 3 back to back. But yeah, I'm definitely looking forward to seeing where the story's gonna go. I still can't believe they're ending it with season 3 though. Like a show that good should have way more seasons, but I think I did read somewhere that the director dude that created it and that also directs some of the episodes, I think he just felt like he'd told the story that he wanted to tell in like 3 seasons.
Yeah, which I appreciate. It's nice to
Yeah.
see a storyteller actually tell a story and not an ongoing nightmare.
Yeah.
Like, I was worried that was going to happen with Demon Slayer. Because you're at the arc where they're hanging on with that one Hashira, and there's like 8 Hashira or something, there's a lot of them. And I was worried the show was going to become extremely formulaic and cookie cutter and predictable and artificial by having every subsequent arc be about a different Hashira and like a different demon or something. I was terrified of that. But no, it seems the whole teaming up with a Hashira thing only lasted for like 2 Hashira.
Yeah, Rengoku and Uzui.
Yeah, and then the story just had the decency to move on, do something interesting.
Yeah, because after Uzui, there's the whole, well, I mean, they kind of also team up with Muichiro in
True.
and Kanroji in Swordsmith Village. Although that's less of a mentorship and more of a, oh, okay, these Hachira are here too. Maybe they can just help us out.
Yeah. I'm so jaded by predictable schlock like from in JoJo Part 3 that I genuinely expected Demon Slayer to just evolve into that formulaic nonsense, even though, realistically speaking, if this story were an actual real thing, there are a bunch of Hashira, but why would the protagonist of the story hang out with all 8 of them in a row, you know? Just that's not how reality happens. Things change, things come up. Like, oh no, the super demon's here, let's deal with that, you know?
Yeah.
Not to mention a story is meant to evolve and pick up the intensity. When it's just 8 different people in a row, that's very samey. You were saying?
I mean, one thing I'm definitely realizing with rewatching Demon Slayer is like I have missed some things. Like I think watching it with subtitles is helping because I mean I'm sure a lot of people feel this way where if you watch something again but with subtitles you often find that you pick up on things you might have missed the first time.
Yeah. Wish I could give an example, but I can't really recall any.
Yeah, but I definitely think Demon Slayer is gonna keep the intensity like sky high though, because if the manga for the Infinity Castle arc is anything to go by, it is gonna be intense, emotional, amazing. But yeah, I can't wait. And I'm also really glad that most international audiences are getting it in cinemas or theatres, whatever word you use to describe your local movie place. But yeah, Demon Slayer Infinity Castle Part 1 is coming out for most international places on the same day as America, and that includes the UK, so yeah, that's awesome.
Cool.
And Crunchyroll didn't even waste that much time as well, because like I think they announced the international dates for Demon Slayer Infinity Castle not that long after the actual Japanese announcement came out. Like I was worried they were gonna make us wait like forever.
What a small profit. But yeah, I mean, I don't really keep up with that stuff because, ironically enough, I'm not actually all that into anime. It's not that I dislike it, it's just, well, I'm a programmer first, gamer, I guess, second. TV shows are way at the bottom of my list, next to films.
Yeah.
music.
I mean, it doesn't help that, like, I mean, there's nothing wrong with the fact that Fred's dad is a movie buff, but I guess it does really desensitize you to watching movies,
Yeah, I've never
Es-
considered them anything special.
especially when you've seen the movies that you have watched, like, I guess, dozens of times.
It's just like you live with oxygen around you all the time, right?
Yeah.
So would that make you an oxygen enthusiast? No, everyone
No.
takes oxygen for granted. So films and TV shows are the same way for me. They were everywhere. It's like I don't really care about them. Though, I mean, I say that. I mean, I grew up with games. Why do I take games for granted? Well, I mean, I don't really do games much anymore either. I do programming most of the time. Which is a much more recent thing, but admittedly I'm getting a... I mean, it's been 10 years, or 15, depending on when you consider me to have started programming. Getting a bit bored of that too. But yeah, anime, just... I mainly ever just saw Elfen Live. That was my first one and only one for the absolute longest time. And it wasn't until one of my sisters got into anime that she started making me watch things like My Hero Academia, which was what I then introduced to this one over here.
Yay.
And now Georgia has just been binging anime for the past year or so. Several years, actually. I introduced it to you before we even moved in together, and that was like 3 years ago.
No, it was after we moved in.
No, really?
Yeah, I swear we didn't watch MHA until after we moved in here.
I swear we used to watch it at your dad's.
No.
Alright.
My dad would remember if we watched anime at his house.
Righto.
I know we watched a lot of Rick and Morty.
Yeah, I remember that for
Right.
all of the wrong
Yeah.
reasons. What are you doing, Link? No!
It's kind of funny that I bring up both MHA and Rick and Morty because you guys can't see it because the posters are behind our TV, but we actually have a My Hero Academia and Rick and Morty poster just above our, not like both in one, but two different posters.
That'd be one hell of a crossover.
Yeah, I mean, it seems like anime and sports is becoming more of a fruitful crossover lately because, as well as, so not that long ago, the British football club, Liverpool FC, or Liverpool, they actually did a crossover with the sports anime Blue Lock. And it wasn't anything too fancy. They basically put, I don't know whether it's like painted or whether they like stuck Photoshop pictures of the characters wearing Liverpool jerseys, but yeah, in like one of the fancy, I don't know, conference rooms at Anfield Stadium, you can basically just see the Blue Lock characters on one side and then the actual Liverpool players on the other side, which is quite cool. And then recently, I don't know whether this was intentional, the fact that they announced and then released the video for this crossover.
Oh, finally.
Right after Infinity Castle's release date got revealed, but Demon Slayer have actually just done a collaboration with MLB, Major League Baseball.
My Little Brony?
And yeah, they brought out a really kind of meta video where it's just MLB players and they're playing baseball, and I think in the audience and on commentary there's certain Demon Slayer characters. Like I know Uro Kodaki is doing commentary, and I think Tanjiro, Nezuko and someone else is in the crowd.
I wonder how much of that has less to do with sports people being into anime and more so Japan being into Western sports.
Well, I think that's why they did it actually, because I think MLB are going to Japan to play some international games.
Aha.
So I think that's why they teamed up. I mean, I don't know why they picked Demon Slayer specifically, but it might be because it is a very popular anime and it does have a lot of like old school Japanese culture in it.
Yeah.
I say old school because Demon Slayer is set during the Taisho period, I think.
Yeah, I believe so.
Yeah, so
Pardon you.
yeah.
That reminds me, along with the sound insulation for the walls, we should get a pop filter for the mic. Just because I've gone through so many mugs of drink today, just from streaming, because talking so loud is wearing my throat out. But talking quieter, I'd probably have to be a little closer to the mic for that.
Yeah.
And that's going to pick up all of the P's, you know, and the F's. All those noises that sound awful without a pop filter.
Yeah.
Yeah. Isn't it fitting that pop filter have both noises in its name? Okay, well, while I'm here, I may as well get the Goron bracelet.
I'll
Okay.
be right back. I'm just gonna go get my drink.
Burb. She will burb. B-I-R-B. Now, how's this go again? But yeah, I realise I've forgotten to do a few things, particularly in the Lost Woods. Haven't done anything with the Skull Kid yet. Oh man, I just realised another thing that's missing because of the Lost Woods. So I did a funny bit where I danced along with the song here, with Darunia. And because at the time I had the laptop on my lap, of course I was like, ooh, 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 and the camera was shaking all around and stuff, and Georgia found it quite funny, so it's a damn shame that that VOD is lost. But yeah.
I think I remember what you were talking about.
Yeah. Yeah, here comes another one of those weird little cutscenes where you're talking to a character and the camera's not actually locked onto them, so you can just spin it around. Yeah, you can cheat at the cuckoo minigame, you know, where there's 3 cuckoos and they get thrown in a crowd.
Yeah.
You can move the camera while you're talking to the dude, so you can just look at where the chickens go. Yeah. Wee. Yeah, strange fact. There's just there's a hole in the ceiling. Seems to be some old prototype thing because nothing really leads to that in the game's data anymore. Though mysteriously in the Nintendo Giga Leak we found like a map, like a location that's not actually in the game, where it's just a sprawling network of caves, and the aesthetic seems to be that of Death Mountain. So there may have once been a network of tunnels above Goron City, and perhaps one of them led to this little trapdoor hole here. Maybe that's how you're supposed to get in here originally, you know? Because as you remember, there's no Triforce here.
No.
So you got confused, so maybe that's why there isn't a Triforce here. You weren't meant to play the song to get in here, you were meant to find a way in from above and fall in through the roof and then talk to Darunia, you know? Like, this is all just, oh, there's a word for it. Just stuff I made up, basically. But, yeah, I think that it's a possibility. It's one potential answer. But yeah, I don't know if I'm actually going to be able to get to Adult Link within 4 hours. Doing all this 100% stuff takes forever.
Yeah.
Hey!
And don't worry as well, just because Fred's doing like a Ocarina of Time Zelda Expert Edition, we will still be continuing me playing Ocarina of Time every other Sunday.
Yeah.
So yeah, Fred just really wanted to play Ocarina of Time. 1, because I think he was in the mood for it, and 2, yeah, because again, we're well aware and we are very apologetic about the fact that some of the Ocarina of Time playthrough didn't make it to YouTube. Because Twitch is stupid and it has an expiration date on its VODs. So yeah, so this this is kind of also like an apology video, like just so we can get that early portion of Ocarina of Time onto YouTube.
Yeah. Just because I'm pretty sure there's no way we're getting those back. They are just straight up gone forever.
Yeah, I don't think there's a way you can restore expired VODs. There really should be though. Like, yeah, imagine if you're like, if you notice a specific VOD that you really like has gone, and then, yeah, there should be a way to be like, keep VODs, and then you can restore the ones that got deleted.
Whoa, why is that one bugged? Weird. We should be friends.
Friends!
Best friends.
Best friends.
And now that we're friends, we can show him the mask. Wow, you take Skullface to a whole new level. He gave you just 10 rupees. What a joik. The difference will have to come out of your own pocket. No! I'm gonna kill you in 7 years, you heartless prick. That's British for naughty person.
I mean, it's funny how you're bringing up British slang, because I had a funny moment where I just like raided into the Chugs' stream, and I mean, this is one example of why the Chugs Army are the best long-running Twitch community, or one of the best that I've come across anyway. I'm sure there's plenty of Twitch communities out there that are just as awesome that I've not had the pleasure of meeting yet, but yeah, I just come into a Chug stream, I raid in, and then the first thing I get like asked or told about is that apparently some other British Chugs Army members have been sharing common British slang, and yeah, they were asking me what slang I knew.
Grotty, mingin.
Grotty, mingin,
Plonker.
twagging,
Twagging.
plonker, bin, you know, for like a small child. Yeah, that was a bit random. I was like, oh, how did this conversation get started? But yeah, it definitely made for a funny time.
It's just tricky because it's not that I don't know British slang, it's just I'm so used to it that I kind of forget that it's even slang to begin with. It's just regular words to me. Oh
Yeah,
no, Link, that's problematic.
That was the funny thing as well about some of the other Chugs Army members' reactions. It's yeah, because when I said what slang I knew, they were like, "Wait, what? Your region of the UK has that? That's so weird. I've never used that before, or I've never even heard of that before."
Yeah, twagging, that's a pretty specific one.
Yeah, I mean, the amount of my school classmates that would use that, especially in like secondary school. I feel like it was definitely more a secondary school thing that people said.
Is snogging slang?
No, not really.
Alright then.
I mean, I don't think it's particularly British anywhere.
We use it all the time in school.
Well, yeah.
We've also got like a...
Not to mention, I feel like the rom-com movie Angus Thongs and Perfect Snogging definitely helped that word become mainstream.
That is not a very...
Yeah, it's not It's a shame because it's not a very appealing movie title.
Oh, yeah, it's not an appealing word. Snogging. Ugh. Who wants to call it that?
But when you watch the movie, it is actually quite an endearing movie. Yeah. It's also wild to me now that the girl who played the female lead in that movie is now I don't know whether they're married or engaged, and I also know they have a kid, but yeah, the female lead from Angus Songs and Perfect Snogging is actually
50 years old.
No,
Feel old yet?
She's in a relationship with Ron Weasley.
What?
Yeah, from Harry Potter, Rupert Grint. Yeah, that was a plot twist that I found out a few years ago. I was like, wait, what?
My disappointment is immeasurable, and my day is ruined.
Unfortunately, Rupert Grint is not single. I say Rupert Grint, but I know everyone also kind of calls him like alternate Ed Sheeran because he played Ed Sheeran. Oh, I don't know whether he played Ed Sheeran, but he was in one of his videos anyway.
I just call him Ginger. There's some more British slang for you, bloke.
Yeah, or Ginge.
Yeah, Ginge. Mate, you're well, Ginge. Mate, you're so gingy you don't got a soul. Cricket,
Speaking
cricket.
of Ginge, that's either ginger hair or it's like
Ginger Ninja.
very orange brown hair.
Oh yeah, him. Yeah. Yeah, the funny thing in the mask training quest is that you can't actually really do anything with the bunny mask. The character who buys the bunny mask off of you doesn't spawn until after Ganondorf attacks Hyrule Castle. Weird time to make the fella spawn, really. I don't get it. Anyway, now that the mask trading is done, I think I can finally move on to the Dongo's cabin. Oh, actually, I can save it for Zora's domain. I can still go to Lake Hylia and do Lake Hylia stuff. Like fishing, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll just leave it for later. I don't really need to be all the way there on literally the other side of the map. Still though, it's painful to walk all the way back up Death Mountain for the umpteenth time.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's ironic really. Walking around from location to location is something that's quite immersive and it allows you some reprieve between all the busy work and stuff, allows you to take in the game's atmosphere and such. And yet it's the thing that players always want to skip, and it's always the thing that developers will let the player skip. Like in due time, Link will be getting all kinds of teleportation songs that allow him to not bother walking around the world, which I feel does the game a bit of a disservice.
Yeah.
I suppose this is actually where GTA comes in and just gets it so perfect, because if you want to get around in GTA, you steal a car and you drive. And driving in GTA is so much fun. Whereas in this game, you know, walking around, not very fun.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, there are some games that get driving wrong. Like, I still remember when the first Watch Dogs game came out. I mean, it's crazy to think that that was a PS4 launch title.
Yeah.
But, yeah, the driving in that game, to put it lightly, is horrible. Like, the car just, like, drags all over the road in the complete wrong way. The controls, I remember them being a little bit jank. Like, it just wasn't very fun. But, yeah, like Fred said, at least not only GTA, but Cyberpunk also has a really good driving engine. Like, I mean, yeah, in Cyberpunk, I definitely feel like I'm driving around a real city, and the multiple camera perspectives definitely help with that as well, because you can go You can go. I don't know how many people even know this actually, or have experimented with it as much as I have, but in Cyberpunk you can you can drive in first person, so you can see like the inside of the car, and then see the road through the window, or you can drive in like two third person cameras where one of them is like zoomed out and one of them's a little more zoomed in, but not zoomed in enough that the road is restricted. And
I didn't you.
yeah, but yeah, Watch Dogs really did not get it right. I think they did improve on it, because I remember the driving in Watch Dogs 2 being a marked improvement, but yeah, Watch Dogs 1 just did not get it right. To be fair though, those games are made by Ubisoft, and Ubisoft don't really do driving in their games. So I don't know how much of an Uncharted thing it was for them at the time. Because I feel like the only mainstays Ubisoft have now are their Prince of Persia games and their Assassin's Creed games.
There we go. Ooh, putting my shield away. I don't want it to burn. But yeah, the idea of a game having really pleasant and fun movement, it gives you a way to pass the time between missions and whatnot, and it's fun. There's a learning curve to it. Walking around has no learning curve. I wonder if that's part of why that one Spider-Man game on PS4 did so well, because you don't walk around, you web sling. That sounds like fun.
Yeah, and not only that, but not only is the web slinging in Spider-Man 1 fun, but I feel like they improved on it in both Miles Morales and Spider-Man 2. Like, I feel like Spider-Man 2 is like the ultimate web slinging experience. I still need to finish that game actually. That game actually fell into my backlog, and I actually keep forgetting that I haven't even finished it yet. Because I keep looking at my trophy list and I'm like, that trophy count looks a bit low. It's weird as well, because when that game came out, I played it like crazy, and then I don't even know what happened for it to go into my backlog and apparently be forgotten about.
Speaking of forgotten about, my poor Deku sticks. Yeah, get smacked. Yeah, you can humiliate these fellas with Deku sticks. Like, what other games have really fun travelling? For fun movement? I mean, I guess maybe to some extent, that one Sonic game that came out, Frontiers. This game, you're all zipping around and there's physics-based movement and stuff. You can roll down hills or you can boost up hills. Yeah, I think it's a really important aspect of an open world game. Travelling has to be fun. Otherwise, you're just going to have fast travel, and that's boring. Like, why not have a game where you travel on a skateboard? Like, are there any open world Tony Hawk games where you just skate around to get from mission to mission or something?
Tony Hawk's American Wasteland was pretty open world.
Okay.
I mean, it was a small open world, but like you could skate around the city and like just like skate on your skateboard.
Really? Deku sticks? Don't care. What was the point of this room? But yeah, Breath of the Wild apparently has this gimmick that is quite secret, where if you're stood on the top of a hill, you can actually put your shield on the floor and surf down the hill on your shield.
Huh.
It damages the hell out of it, which makes it completely counterproductive, but it sounds like fun. And yeah, it's just stuff like that makes the game way more interesting, because it's not just holding up and occasionally holding the run button while your stamina has not yet run out, which is what the game normally does, and it's boring as all hell. At least in this game I can run indefinitely, you know. Jeez, how'd they make it worse?
I mean, mean, some Assassin's Creed games can make travelling fun because some games have like grappling hooks, or there might be like zip lines and stuff like that.
Yeah, yeah. Again, that sounds like fun, damn it. Hell, even Sonic Adventure, not that open world, but yeah, in the levels, you can run around, it's all fun to try and maintain momentum and not crash into walls. There's some skill, some challenge, some risk, some reward. It's not just hold forward and you move at a constant speed. Yawn. Like really, I think that is GTA's special ingredient. Like it's just driving, but it just fulfills such an important purpose in the game.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it's really well done too. At least in San Andreas it is. The whole fixed camera thing in GTA 3 and Vice City is a bit weird. I think the physics of the cars are different too.
I will be interested to see what the driving will be like in GTA 6.
Yeah. I wonder what GTA 6 is even going to do. Or is it just going to be GTA Online 2 Electric Boogaloo? Like, what the hell have Rockstar been doing for the past 10
The only thing I didn't
years?
like about the trailer is the art style that GTA 6 is going with, like how the characters look. It kind of gives me Saints Row reboot PTSD.
Oh god. They're going for something cartoony, huh?
Yeah, because the Saints Row reboot, it's okay, but I feel like for a reboot they could have done a way better job. What was you saying?
Nothing at all. Totally not saying no it isn't.
I mean, how do you know? I mean, yeah, you watched me play a little bit of it.
And I never watched you beat it. I wonder why.
Yeah, probably because you lost interest.
No, I meant, did you even beat that game?
Yeah, I did.
Wait, you did? Oh, well, I'm just gonna... Okay, never mind. I'm just defeating myself here. Go on.
Well, yeah, I mean, if you want to play Saints Row, like, play Saints Row the 3rd or Saints Row 4. Like, don't play Saints Row Reboot, because, yeah, it doesn't really hold up to the more well-known Saints Row games.
Useless bomb. Absolutely pathetic.
Saints Row 4 is a particular favourite of mine just because it's very mind-boggling and it also has quite a few pop culture references in it.
Yeah, apparently Saints Row 4 is one of those games that like splits its own series into two eras, two generations.
Mm-hmm.
Because you have the people who liked Saints Row when it was serious and those who liked it when it was silly hijinks. Oh, here's a trick for you. Fast stair traversal.
I also find it funny how Saints Row 4 pays tribute to Mass Effect because you literally can romance everyone on your ship in Saints Row 4. Very, very similar to how you can romance most of the characters in Mass Effect. Especially if you think about like all three of like the original Mass Effect trilogy combined. Like yeah, there's a lot of characters that you can really like mate with.
Excuse me.
In all three games.
I always find that weird, really, in a game where you can romance anyone. It's like, I'm sorry, do none of these characters have standards or types or anything? Like, why do no characters in these dating video games have preferences? Why are they all into you?
In Cyberpunk they do.
That's good.
Because in Cyberpunk, if you're like me and you really like to play as female V, you can
Where's this going?
You can only romance two characters that give you like proper, relatable yeah, like proper, like what many people would call a like realistic relationship.
Oh, you mean like an emotional relationship and not just an intimate one?
Yeah, not just like
Yes,
a
yes.
fling or whatever.
Yeah, okay.
But yeah, so female V can romance Judy, who is
Spoiler.
like my go-to romance. She is best girl in Cyberpunk. I highly recommend romancing Judy.
Jesus, for a second there, it's like you were promoting a prostitute. She is best girl. I highly recommend her.
But yeah, and then there is also a heterosexual option.
Yeah, okay.
For female V, because she can also romance Riverboard, who's this like really buff ex cop that you meet.
From ex-cop to sex cop.
And then with male V can either romance Panam, who is the queen of the nomads, or male V can also romance one of Johnny's ex-bandmates, actually. Kerry Euroguy.
Can you romance Delaware?
Who?
Delaware!
Delaware? No.
No!
Oh, you mean Delamain?
Yeah, him.
No.
Delamain. Oh. It's a cyberpunk thing. Why can't you romance a robot? Not that I'm into that, I just think it's funny. Smiling bald man with blue lipstick. What the hell?
Delamain is one of the like most interesting side characters.
Yeah.
I am a big fan of the Delamain side missions. I think they're quite interesting and they're good at like sucking you in and making you want to complete them. But yeah.
I also like that he's one of the few like very trustworthy, honest characters in a cyberpunk story, you know, where usually everyone's a backstabbing bell end. There's some slang for you, bell end.
I feel like
it refers to part of the male reproductive organ. I shall not specify which one.
I feel like aside from Delamain, like the only truly trustworthy character that isn't really, I mean, he is a main character until spoilery stuff happens, but Jackie, he is also very trustworthy.
Yeah, Jackie's a nice fella. I do wonder who did the developers have in mind when they invented Jackie? Like female V or male V? Because I feel like Jackie and V's dynamic works better when V's a woman, you know? I'm not just saying that because, oh, I ship... No, I mean just something about their chemistry. I think it works better.
I mean, there is a reason why I prefer female V, like playing as female V in Cyberpunk compared to male V. Because I think female V's voice actress just does a better job of making V sound more authentic. Like,
yeah, I'd say she's decently voice acted.
Yeah, like male V just kind of sounds like your typical authentic, like one of the male protagonists, whereas I feel like female V is a bit more special.
No, I didn't mean to. Oh, I'm an idiot. No. Nintendo are idiots. Why does the B button accept a menu option? It should be a cancel button. Absolutely disgusting. Ugh, absolute waste of money. Jeez Louise. Yeah, honestly, when you said that there are characters with preferences, I thought you were going to say, oh yeah, there's this one guy who'll only date you if you're female V, but you have like a ding-a-ling. It's like, ugh. That guy wants to get freaky. It's Cyberpunk, baby. You can customize your body like no one's business.
It's funny you mention that though, because you can sneakily get some romances if you do actually like.
Oh god, you're joking.
Like cross-gender your V. So say you make like a buff male V, but give him a female voice.
Oh, what the
or
hell? Oh, God.
or like make a female V but give her a male voice.
That is really disturbing.
Yeah.
Who the fuck? Sorry, I'm not meant to be swearing in this. Who the Fu Manchu wants like a big?
Fubar.
Who wants a Fubar? Who Fubar wants? I can't talk. That broke me. Who wants a big buff guy that speaks like this? You know, some really feminine, high-pitched voice.
Fred.exe is broken.
Like, hello, I mean, hello, I'm Helga. I can bench press 3 pounds. I mean, sorry, 3 pounds. 3 benches. I don't know. Do I look like the kind of guy who lifts weights? I don't know how that stuff works. I can lift 50 kilograms. Is that good? I don't know. Let me out. Let me out. That's just because I can fall at New Vegas. There's a brothel, right? And you can recruit people to work in this brothel. I mean, you don't have to. You can actually object to it if you want, and then the quest just doesn't happen or whatever. But anyway, so you can get like a man, a woman, a ghoul for the people who are into that kind of thing, and a robot. You just straight up hire a horrible, horrifying robot that does unspeakable things to people in the bedroom. Yeah, so, you know, that kind of choice is in Vegas. I figured it would also be in... Oh, you can sleep with a robot, by the way. You can sleep with any of them, even the ghoul.
Yeah.
Yeah, that game gives you a lot of freedom to do whatever the heck you want. That's what I like about it, though. Like, you can be... That game has a pretty good pure evil. It's not even a quest. It's just every quest has an evil outcome, and you're totally free to do it.
The closest thing I can think of to like a robot romance option is like, I mean, she's an alien, but I do also sometimes think like Tali from Mass Effect is just this like robotic alien, because like she has this like voice filter that makes her sound almost robotic.
I'd hate to think what you consider Stephen Hawking to be.
And
Cyborg.
well, no, Stephen Hawking's different.
What? Stephen Hawking is not an alien, therefore he is not a robot.
He's a human.
Uh-huh.
Or he was a human.
He's a dead human, still technically a human.
Yeah.
It's like saying a ginger person is not a person. Ah, I don't need the fairy.
Poor Jack, he would be so offended if he heard you say that.
I'm paraphrasing you. He'll be offended at you for saying what you said.
Yeah.
She's an alien with a robot voice, therefore she's a robot.
I mean, the boy we're talking about, he was an old classmate of ours in the first year of college.
Qualig.
Yeah, he was not afraid to call each other out on, or call other people out on their BS.
Well, I'd just say he was a very outspoken person, always spoke his mind.
Yeah.
So something rubbed him the wrong way, be like, oh, that's baloney, that is.
Yeah. It is a shame that he only ended up being enrolled at college for the first year because, he had a very awkward moment on the first day of the second year where he came in and was basically told he didn't enroll.
Yeah, he forgot to re-enroll. So out the door he went.
Yeah, and because he didn't have any form of social media,
We never saw him again.
we never heard from him again. So no idea where he is or what he's doing now, but
yeah. Wait a minute, you got a follower 3 hours ago? Was that
it's weird. It's the same. I don't know whether because the same guy followed me 2 days ago. I don't know whether they accidentally unfollowed me and then refollowed me.
You want to see how quickly I can beat this boss?
Yeah.
Right, check this out. Wait a minute.
Fred's gonna take me to school on this one because I made this boss look uber difficult.
Yeah. So that's one hit. And 2 hit.
Is that it?
Does that look like it?
Yeah.
Yeah, you can 2 hit the boss.
Wow.
I actually 1 hit the first boss. The thing that walks on the ceiling and drops eggs. Yeah, I killed it in about 5 seconds.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think you weren't wrong to title this stream what you did.
Huh?
The way you titled the stream. Let's see how an expert plays Ocarina of Time. Like, yeah,
Well,
it was
yeah,
actually
'cause
accurate.
you are an expert. I mean, you've played Twilight Princess, Majora's Mask, Ocarina of Time. Have you played Breath of the Wild?
Yeah, haven't
Yeah.
beat it, but
No, obviously.
I may as well. Sorry, I have beat it. I just haven't done all the temples.
Oh, you have beat it.
Yes. Twice, I think.
But yeah, Fred is definitely more of a Zelda veteran than I am. I've only played.
Actually,
I've only played Breath of the Wild, a little bit of the Switch Link's Awakening remaster.
remake.
Remake. Ocarina of Time, obviously, and Link's Crossbow Training. I've also played Hyrule Warriors.
Yeah. I've actually beaten Zelda 1, the NES game, multiple times. I actually quite like that game. Though it does get a bit bummy towards the end. Though in my case, it's because I read a guide. The game kind of requires a guide. And I've just memorised it, so I know where to go and what to do and stuff. Yeah, it's fun.
Yeah.
Yeah. Though you can definitely tell it's a game from, what, 86, 87, 85? I can't remember when Zelda 1 came out, but yeah, the game has like 1 song. That's a lie, it has like 3, but that's still not very many. Like 99% of the time, on the overworld it plays the overworld theme, and in the temples it plays the temples. Or dungeons, whatever they are in the original. The game's also extremely clunky, because even though it's a 2D game, you move on a grid like Pac-Man.
Yeah.
Yeah. And you don't swing your sword, you stab, you thrust. So you can run up to an enemy and swing your sword and still completely miss because it wasn't directly in front of you, it was to the side of you a little. Yeah, real cruel. A Link to the Past fixed that, though Link's sword is still pathetically tiny in that game. Alright, cool, now I have bombs. So, I guess I'll just fast forward time so I can get this Skulltula. Yeah, I'm not very confident I'll get through the 3rd temple within the next hour, because there's optional stuff to do.
Yeah.
Yeah. I got stuff to do, man! Pop its lid. No! Oh. Destroy it. There we go. Cut it into little pieces, then send the parts to its family as punishment.
But yeah, going back to Squid Game, I can definitely see why people, like, don't get me wrong, Squid Game Season 2 is really, 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 really good, but it just doesn't have, like, that specialness to it that Season 1 had. I think it's because going into Season 2 you do kind of have an idea of what to expect. Especially if you saw like any of the promotional material, because it's like, yeah, of course Ki-hoon's gonna end up back in the games again.
Spoiler alert.
Yeah, sorry. Oops. But yeah, so yeah, I think there was a kind of lack of surprise in Season 2 compared to Season 1. So I do definitely prefer season 1 of Squid Game to season 2. But yeah.
That's
But
something I can do.
But don't get me wrong, like Squid Game season 2 was still good enough that it has me very, very excited to see what's going to go down in season 3. And the best part is I feel like I've caught up at like the perfect time because I don't really have that much longer to wait to find out.
Yeah.
So yeah.
Yeah, this is a fun little puzzle. If you bomb in the wrong direction, you just waste your bombs. They're dead ends. Yeah, like I said, I don't really do TV shows, even anime, which is awkward because I want to learn Japanese, and one of the good ways of doing it is to just watch Japanese stuff, listen to it, try and understand it, read it, etc.
Yeah, that's one thing I'm also using my rewatch of Demon Slayer for. Like, there isn't that much anime symbols or text shown in the show.
I think you mean Japanese?
Yeah, like...
Jeez, Georgia.
Sorry. Yeah.
That's like calling English tea and biscuits language.
I had a brain fart.
Ew,
Okay?
I don't want to hear about that. Growth.
Well, yeah, there isn't much Japanese text to read. I think the only Japanese text you can really read in Demon Slayer is the title card, which obviously has the episode title on it.
Yeah.
And also the opening and closing credits. But then most of it is kanji anyway, which we both can't read yet.
Yeah, once we get through like a grammar guide and learn the basic vocabulary and like the basic common 1000 kanji, we'll go more hardcore and just start straight up watching anime in Japanese with subtitles.
Yeah.
Japanese subtitles, that is. Big bomb bag. That's a big bomb.
Yeah, and I'm also slightly behind Fred in learning Japanese. Like I'm currently just revising like all of the hiragana symbols, and yeah, I'm hoping. I don't know whether I'll move on to katakana tomorrow, but if not tomorrow, I'll definitely move on to it next week.
Yeah.
Because I want to make sure I definitely have the hiragana symbols down pat first.
Meanwhile, I learnt all the hiragana in one day and then all the katakana in the other day.
And yet, one thing I am getting good at is writing Japanese names down, like in Japanese.
Hiragana.
In hiragana. So, yeah, because one thing Fred got me to do is I now basically use the Google keyboard on my phone. And a very cool feature of the Google keyboard is you can like add as many languages as you want to the keyboard, so you can basically type on your phone like bilingually or multilingually.
Yeah, the Japanese keyboard for Android's touch phone keyboard thing is really interesting because it basically turns it into a 9-key keyboard like an old phone. And what you do is you hold on one of the 9 keys, and it's like for a different vowel or whatever. So you have the A's, the E's, the I's, the O's, the U's, the ones that don't really fit the pattern. You got punctuation and like a katakana toggle and stuff like that. And once you hold on one of those buttons, you then either let go to get the default, like the A vowel version, or you swipe to get a differently voweled version. So there's Ra, and you turn it into Ri or Ru or Ra, etc. Yeah, it's pretty neat.
But yeah, so I've been using the Japanese Google keyboard to type out character names from anime, and yeah, for the most part I've got them pretty much spot on. There have been a few that have caught me out because one thing the Japanese language likes to do is put like hidden vowels or hidden pronunciations in names.
Yeah, I mean English is no different, but still, it's annoying.
It's slightly more annoying in Japanese because I mean most of the time the thing that you're missing might be something as simple as like a ooh.
Yeah, it's often
sound.
a U. Yeah. an
So like
whatever.
cats came back and go, oh.
Go. Yeah,
Yeah.
it's weird. I'm sure it's just one of those things that you, like with English, you just have to memorize it.
Aren't you gonna put the fire tunic on?
Kid Link doesn't have a fire tunic.
Oops. Oh, you're at this part where you have to get through it really quickly.
Yeah, I'm just here to grab the heart and leave. Die! Doesn't count as a game over, unlike bursting into flames.
I do know that relearning hiragana again is definitely also helping me when it comes to song lyrics as well, because I
Really?
can pick up the more symbols I'm like revising each day, the quicker it's becoming for me to look at Japanese song lyrics and be like, ah, that's the hiragana symbol for ki or ru. So yeah, I can pick up on that a bit better now.
It is kind of strange how there are just phonetics that are missing.
Yeah.
Like there's ta and there's te, but there's not t and there's not tu. Like, you notice that?
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't even know if that kind of sound occurs in typical Japanese, or if it's one of those words where it would be written in katakana instead. But even then, I don't think there's a katakana symbol for tu or t. So what would it just be? Te-e? Yeah.
I wonder if that's why the Japanese are more favourable to using like su or su compared to tu.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, maybe when a loan word becomes a Japanese loan word, they get rid of anything that sounds like tu or t and they turn it to something else. Like
Yeah.
boo or b. They do like doing that. Like it was, I think they turn the letter V into the letter B in a lot of their words.
Yeah.
They do kind of have symbols for V sounds, but they don't appear to be really in use at all. They're just there.
But yeah, I think I am enjoying, so even though there isn't a lot of hiragana symbols to read in Demon Slayer, I am enjoying like using anime as like an additional way to practice hiragana symbols. So I may start watching other anime that I've seen before just to do that. Because I'm pretty sure My Hero Academia would be great for doing that as well. And maybe like more slice of lifey animes, like I could like rewatch Toradora and see what I could pick up.
Yeah, I really want to rewatch Toradora in Japanese.
I mean, yeah.
Because it's slice of life and they recommend.
Well, it's kind of funny because I've already rewatched Toradora in Japanese, and I remember Fred just like being drawn to it when I was rewatching it in Japanese. Because I specifically remember you saying to me, "Oh my god, this is so much better in Japanese. What the heck?"
Did I? I thought that was
Yeah.
you saying that.
No. I'm pretty sure you said it for Toradora. I mean, I know
Yeah.
I've said that for like other things that I've watched in Japanese. Like I remember saying that when I watched MHA back in Japanese.
Nihongo. Yeah, from what I can tell, Nihongo only refers to the language. Because in English, you have the Japanese, as in Japanese is in Japanese people, and Japanese is in to be Japanese, like Japanese pottery or something, and Japanese is in the Japanese language. But no, to my understanding, Nihongo in Japanese, you know, the Japanese word Nihongo, it isn't as vague or ambiguous as Japanese is in English. It literally just means the Japanese language. That's what I've been able to piece together so far, anyway. Not you again.
Well, yeah, and I could even... I mean, I've been meaning to rewatch Windbreaker in English anyway because they finally revealed the premiere date for Windbreaker Season 2. It's going to be premiering on April 3rd. But yeah, I've been meaning to rewatch Windbreaker Season 1. For those that don't know, Windbreaker is this really cool shonen anime that came out last year.
With a really funny title.
Yeah, and it's basically about this stereotypical learner character. So a tsundere, that's the Japanese word for it.
Wait, for what? Tsundere, which is for what?
Learner.
Learner? That's not what tsundere means.
Well, that's what Wikipedia said it meant. I mean, that might be wrong.
Well, that's not how I hear it used. Tsundere? That's like a mean girl.
No, that's Sandere, isn't it?
No, it's not Sandere, it's Tsundere. I mean, I guess a girl who is mean is probably lonely, unless they work like bullies, where for some reason they form groups.
But anyway, Windbreaker is basically about this male character who's not very good at making friends, who moves to this town where the high school in that town basically has a gang associated with it. And they're actually a gang of do-gooders who help out the town and stuff and protect it from invaders.
Helps an old lady across the road at knife point.
At knife point?
Yeah. Like, we're going to help you across the road and you will like it.
Well, it's more wholesome than that because
a gang that does good things. What, they go into a bank with a gun and they're like, I'd like to make a big deposit.
Okay.
I'd like a mortgage.
Tsundere is a Japanese term for a character development process that depicts a character with an initially harsh personality who gradually reveals a warmer, friendlier side over time.
Yeah, like Natsuki.
Or like Tiger from Toradora.
Yeah, like Tiger. Tiger's a pretty classic one.
Yeah. What does that mean in Japanese though? Like the actual word.
It might not mean anything. Oh! Chicken, no! Not the chicken! You're mine! You cannot escape. Foolish fowl. Man, Zora's River, there is not much to do here.
Tsundere literally is translated as hot and cold.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I'm not aware of the Japanese words for hot and for cold, or is that not a literal translation?
It's like the closest one.
It's just like hot and cold is kind of like an English phrase rather than a word.
Yeah.
So is it literally the Japanese words hot and cold, or is it a synonym for hot and cold?
I think it's more a synonym.
Yeah, but I'm just not aware of any Japanese words that have to do with hot and cold that have sun or dere in it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh boy, 2 heart pieces just for me? It's my lucky day. Chicken, no! Not the chicken, no!
Poor chicken.
I needed that chicken, damn it.
Those sunglasses really suit you.
Oh, I know. I look amazing. Especially in my pink gaming headset and my pink Anya hot hat.
Anya hat.
Yeah. Is there any point? I'll just do it later.
I mean, you say it's your Anya hat, but it's my Anya hat.
Oh, sure. Just like how it's our house until it's time for me to do chores, and then you're like, no, Fred,
Well,
it's your house.
I've done chores today. I put my dirty clothes in the washing.
Cool, but did you do the washing?
Well, no, there's clearly more stuff that can be fit in the washing machine. It's not that full.
Uh-huh. Anyway, this skull tool's taking too long. I'm just going to advance time, then shoot it and collect its soul. You may die now. I walked past the frogs. Do I really care about the frogs? All I get is money. I don't need money. I got plenty of magic beans.
But yeah, I saw the funniest thing like earlier today that I thought I'd seen like everything in wrestling gimmicks, like wrestling characters, but it turns out the newest WWE show, WWE Evolve, there's a tag team on it that's literally called Swipe Right, and it's basically
Is it a guy dressed up as a smartphone?
no,
Is it a guy dressed up as a giant index finger?
no. It's two guys who are basically
Dating.
bachelors who want to get girls, and their literal like taunt they do is like, please swipe right on us.
Do you mind?
Sorry, that was purely. That got caught perfectly on the stream. I'm sorry.
Beating me up.
But yeah, they do like a swipe right motion as like their taunt. But yeah, it was the funniest thing ever.
Great, I now have post-traumatic stress disorder for the expression swipe right. Secret treasure.
It's also kind of cringe.
Burn.
It's like, yeah,
Burn the
I
treasure.
I don't know whether I'm a big fan of like a like Tinder-esque dating character.
Would you be interested in a Grinder-esque character?
No.
Aww. Grinder's way more interesting than Tinder. Oh, the people you'll meet on there. Oh!
I don't believe in dating apps anywhere. I mean, I didn't need a dating app to find this amazingly sweet person here.
Who are you pointing at, Georgia? Who?
You!
Oh, that's disappointing.
Why? Why is it disappointing?
Because self-deprecation is allegedly funny. Okay.
I mean, yeah, I have heard of like self-deprecative comedy.
Yeah, I do consider it fairly cheap. Then why do you do it, Fred? Because I need to make some kind of attempt at humour every 5 minutes. Otherwise, what's the point in keeping me around? Like, I used to be way more lacking in confidence. I guess I just never came out of the whole self-deprecating humour thing. And I could be more arrogant. I'm amazing. I'm the best. I'm the greatest programmer. That's not really an improvement. I always talk like that when I'm not streaming.
Itchy.
Maybe I'd be making less self-deprecating jokes if I was actually streaming me programming. Then I'd be bragging every 5 seconds. Like, of course I know how to do this.
I mean, I hear it when he brags. I mean, he often brags to me. He's like, Georgia, I'm an amazing programmer genius.
Yeah, I'll do something wacky like the low-pass filter, which, by the way, Georgia, I explained the whole low-pass filter thing in the beginning of the stream.
Wow.
They were spared no detail. Not one.
I hope you enjoyed all the techie jargon that Fred used.
But yeah, so when I implemented the low-pass filter in my emulator, Georgia did not hear the end of it. I was so proud of it. I'm so clever. Because I had to learn how to read schematics and study how components like resistors and capacitors can be used to create a low-pass filter, and then like what the math is to determine what the cutoff frequency is, and how the voltage is attenuated, and how that correlates to audio.
Yeah.
You know, I had to do all of that from scratch, and it worked. I've compared my emulator to a real Mega Drive and audio from other people's real Mega Drives, and it's all there. It's all correct. Okay, so want to know how to play the best music in the game?
Yeah.
Oh wait, you're the wrong one. Get lost. Look at him bust a move. No, it's this one I want to play a song to. There we go. Yeah, I can easily remember that in the future.
Yeah, I really should have come up with a more memorable song for mine because I do feel bad that in my playthrough of this game I don't think I can finish that side quest.
Actually, you can, because don't forget you can time travel now.
Yeah.
So you can go back and teach him a new song. He'll replace the old one in his mind. Pierre, the French scarecrow. You know, that's the thing. If this were Twilight Princess, the scarecrows would be horrifying. There'd be this awful, uncanny valley, just grotesque, awful, ugly creature. But in this game, because it has some decency and some charm, it's just a cutesy, cartoony looking scarecrow. That is the one time I will ever call a scarecrow cutesy. What is this? It's like a fairy, but it isn't. I don't understand what this wingless fairy is. This is the one spot where I've ever found that it spawns. Like, what is that? If I catch it, do I get like a big fairy in a bottle?
I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know either. I don't know, I guess part of the reason I do self-deprecating jokes because I like to be at least somewhat humble and recognise my own limitations and, well, not really limitations. I can surpass them, I just haven't. And such.
Yeah.
But it's time for some fishing. Hopefully I don't bugger this up like last time. Do you understand? No, not after I zipped through it. Alright, so where's the biggest fish? Probably near the log. Same place as an adult. Fire! You will eat the lore. You will eat the lore. Eat it, fat boy. Eat it! I don't like this fish.
I still can't get over how nice that pizza we had earlier was.
Yeah, we got Domino's
We
pizza.
got Domino's.
Surprisingly affordable if you get the right deal.
Yeah, or contrary to what most people may believe, like a lot of people complain and say that Domino's is like expensive, which yeah it is, but only if you don't use the deals. And Domino's,
Here we go.
at least in the UK anyway, Domino's have a lot of cost-effective deals, like how you can literally share a large pizza between two people for only like 9 or 10 quid.
$9.99.
Yeah, so yeah, which is a bargain. And they also do like cost-effective deals for if a pizza won't just fill you up and you do want a side or a drink or a dessert.
That is the thing, yeah. If you get a side or a dessert on its own, it costs a lot. But you can actually get like a discount on sides if you get a pizza, and the pizza can also be already on its own at a huge discount.
Yeah.
So you get like a double discounted little combo. Yes, yeah, that's it. Pretty cost effective. Destruction. I don't think there's anything else to do here as Kid Link, so I'm going back to Zora's Domain. I mean, there is a little something to do here, but I need the boomerang. Whoa, hang on a tick. I know what there is to do here. There's a seed thing.
One thing me and Fred have unfortunately realised though is that like, I mean, Five Guys is good, but at the minute, like, it would be better if like A, there was more on the menu, and B, if it was a bit cheaper. Because, I mean, you can explain, honey, because this is more...
Yeah, I was expecting more from them. Just like the quality... Well, yeah, the quality is fine. Though their burger patties are quite blooming small. They do give you multiple to make up for it, but still, like, oh, okay
and
then.
You can, like, stack... I mean, I don't know how many you can stack at once.
3, I believe.
Oh, okay.
Well, 3 on top of the 2 that you initially come with, so 4.
5.
5?
Oh god.
1, 2. No, it's 4. 2 plus 2.
Oh.
You add an additional 2 on top of the 3.
Mhm.
Did I say 3? It was either 2 or 3, I don't know. What am I doing here? Back to Zora's Domain. Yeah, another Skulltula down.
But yeah, I mean,
I never finished explaining.
I will say the one thing Five Guys does really right with its burgers is how fresh all the ingredients are. Like I definitely get a fresh kind of experience from the ingredients and stuff.
Oh, right, so yeah, like, it's prohibitively expensive, and you can get a burger and it's like one burger, way too costly for what it is. Then you pay like £4 for the smallest pack of fries they'll give you, and they'll give you like half of a brown paper bag's worth of fries. I don't even like fries.
I don't even get why they have a small option if they not only give you a small cup, but they fill like half of your bag with fries anyway.
Yeah.
It's like, why not just have like the usual, like go-to regular size fries?
Yeah, and then you have
what's
like...
the point of having a kid portion if you're gonna give them more than a kid can probably eat anyway?
Yeah, so yeah, all I get is like a milkshake that I can get from Eskimos, and the Eskimos would be higher quality. Like, for a shake it's pretty good, but that ain't what I'm here for. I can get a buttload of fries, which I'm not there for, and I can get a burger that's really not that big or fancy, and it's all prohibitively expensive. Like, no, not interested.
Yeah, I don't know whether... I don't know how internationally or like global Eskimos is, but yeah, there's a really good milkshake place called Eskimos in our nearby city, and yeah, they do like an unbelievable range of milkshake flavors, and they've even also recently added, as an extra deluxe bonus, you can get like cookie dough blended into your milkshakes, which are amazing. But yeah, with Eskimos compared to Five Guys, yeah, like compared to Five Guys where you just get like a vanilla base and you can mix in whatever you want, at Eskimos it really is that, but so much more, because you can get, I mean, you could get a wild combination, like, I don't know, Skittles and banana or something weird like that. Like, they have an insane range of flavors, and yeah, you definitely get more. I'd say you get more bang for your buck at Eskimos than at Five Guys.
Bang for your buck? Buck, buck, buck.
Not to mention, at the Eskimos place we go to, they have this really neat deal. Like, they basically have a loyalty card where if you keep coming back, I think you get your like 5th or 6th milkshake for free, which is a pretty neat deal.
Do you need a drink? You're making weird noises. It's bothering the hell out of me.
I've got stuff catching my throat.
Ugh. Oh, guess whose bloody drink is empty again? Oh, I hate that. I guess I'm just going to take a break and go deal with that. I'm not in the mood to have a dry throat. Can you move your phone? Guess I'll move it. Oh, there you go. Glad I put this table here preemptively. Alright, off come the headphones and off I go.
So yeah, another thing that kind of, another thing that I find kind of weird about Five Guys is like they do a grilled cheese sandwich, although it's not even really like a proper sandwich with like proper bread, because I tried the grilled cheese sandwich and the bread was literally just like 2 burger buns turned upside down. and like the vagabonds had been like pressed in what I assume was like some kind of weird toaster. So yeah, I wasn't the biggest fan of that, especially because like I don't know whether I'm a fan of like the cheese Five Guys uses, because it doesn't taste like proper cheese. It tastes like the
American cheese,
like artificial, like no offense to Americans, like the artificial American cheese that you can get.
Disgusting cheese made from disgusting Americans. How can they call that food?
You take that back right now. I have a lot of American friends that would be very offended if you said that.
I'm saying it's disgusting food made from particularly disgusting Americans. Not that all Americans are disgusting. Oh, right, yeah, Georgia needs to be in the frame.
I'm here.
Is she? Is she?
I'm here.
Who's that person?
Hi.
It's Georgia. Georgia-chan. Georgia.
Georgia.
Georgia-chan.
It's a me,
Chan.
Georgia.
It's a me. Oh, the Mario film. How controversial you were. For some reason.
Well, then you literally watched it back and you were like...
Yeah, it was better than I remember,
Yeah.
actually. Because, of course, the first time I didn't know what to expect, and the second time I did. So it was nice to see it's a film that doesn't really meander. It moves on at a brisk pace, has a bunch of set pieces. It's got strengths, it's just its weaknesses also rub me the wrong way.
Yeah.
Like, for instance, all the pop culture music. Like, why not just do Mario music? It's the friggin' Mario movie.
I mean, there is Mario music, but it's very few and far between.
And then they just kind of rush through it, like that one scene where 5 different Overworld themes play in the space of a minute. Like, you know, we could have had an entire scene dedicated to one of those, but nah, never mind. It's just Mario, let's just blow through it. I'm not even a Mario fan, I just, you know... It'd be nice to have a good video game movie for once. That's right, I need a fish. Okay.
Yeah, I think one movie I should probably rewatch soon, just because it's, I mean, I've only ever seen it once before, so I'd be interested to see if it's as good as I remember it, but yeah, I definitely want to give Pokemon Detective Pikachu a rewatch at some point soon.
I'm not even sure about that film. I saw it. And I remember one of the biggest critiques of that film was it's not a Pokemon film, it's a film with Pokemon in it.
Yeah.
Which is pretty scathing in my opinion. Like, would I watch a film if Sonic was in it? No.
I'm surprised people didn't think that about Sonic the Hedgehog 1.
Which is totally what that film is.
Yeah,
just some film with Sonic in it.
I mean, yeah, I have heard that they do make it more about, like, Sonic and his friends, like, after Sonic 1, so, like, from Sonic 2 onwards. But, yeah, Sonic 1 is literally more about the humans, or more about Robotnik than it is about Sonic.
Well, you know, that's actually what happened with Sonic X, and that show got way better once it got past that hump at the beginning.
Yeah, it seems like the Sonic movies have done the same thing. I just need to actually find time to get round to watching the second and eventually when it's more available, the third movie.
Yeah, we're gonna have to make that a big family get-together thing at my dad's. All 5 of us in the room just trash talking it for the entire run length.
Yeah, that was still like the weirdest thing that I did for my birthday. Just go see Sonic 1 and then just like come out of it and basically think, what the hell was that?
Yeah.
Like, what did I just watch?
I just hate that film with a burning passion, and I absolutely despise that people fell for the, intentional or not, door in the face psychological trick. Because we saw the trailer and everyone thought it was complete rubbish. But they made Sonic look less ugly. Suddenly the film is redeemed. You people are stupid. I mean that in the nicest way possible, but you're stupid. Like, have you ever heard of the expression to put lipstick on a pig?
Yeah.
Like, my god. Making Sonic not look quite as ugly, but still pretty ugly, does not fix the problem.
Nah.
It's still fish out of water, half live action baloney where Sonic gets up in, what was it, tranked? Sonic gets shot in the Sonic movie. The guy who can famously dodge bullets and missiles, and he does in the movie, by the way. Yeah, he didn't dodge a flipping trank. Are you kidding me? I say trank, tranquilizer, you know.
Yeah, tranquilizer that.
Yeah. But ironically, Sonic X was also a bit like that. Though Sonic X was actually a bit more on point. Rather than Sonic being incapacitated by a bloody tranquilizer dart, which was just humiliating, it was humiliating friggin' Madagascar, it's humiliating here. In Sonic X, Sonic gets incapacitated and meets the human character by nearly drowning in a swimming pool. Sonic can't swim, of course, so he got stuck in a swimming pool. That makes way more sense. But, yeah. But yeah, after a while, after like 20 episodes, Sonic X actually becomes a series of adaptations of the games. So Adventure 1, Adventure 2, kind of Heroes, kind of Sonic Battle, that's the absolute highlight, those lot. But then it gets a bit carried away. I think they ran out of games, and they got to like Sonic 06 and the Shadow game. It's like they weren't going to adapt Shadow.
No.
And they probably weren't going to adapt 06. So they started making up fan fiction where Sonic and his friends go back to their world, which isn't a thing in the games, by the way. Earth is Sonic's world in the games. Anyway, and then they go back to their home planet and it gets invaded by alien tree people. Like, what the hell is this? And then Sonic, Tails has like a love interest. And then he kills her. Like, what is going on? Stop it!
How dare they turn Tails into a murderer?
Yeah, like, what in the world? I guess I'll give Sonic X credit for being interesting, at least. Hey, you didn't see that in the Sonic movie now, did you? Tree aliens taking over the world and Tails becoming a goddamn murderer. Like, yeah. Very, very weird. Also, Tails' girlfriend is an alien. But yeah, so... But still, even when Sonic X was at its best, it still wasn't very good.
No.
Because the animation quality was really low. It was like a super budget anime from 2004, of course it looks bad. But additionally, the adaptations really weren't ideal. Especially, well, yeah, Adventures 1 and 2, both were letdowns. Like, Eggman has his two stupid robot sidekicks who just ruin the tension in every serious moment because they're just there cracking jokes.
I'm gonna be very interested come next week or whenever it comes out, because the Minecraft movie is actually coming out very soon.
Yeah. How are people going to react to that?
Yeah, I wonder whether it's gonna get absolutely, like...
ass blasted.
Yeah,
Yeah.
by the critics, or whether it's gonna be a surprise success.
I'm actually not well read up on what the hell's going on with that film. I think I saw like
All I know
5
is
seconds.
Jack Black's in it. That's all I know.
Yeah, I saw like 5 seconds of the trailer. And like, okay, so it seems very, very zany, which makes sense for a live-action Minecraft movie. That's all I really know about it. Like, okay, it's zany and it stars Jack Black and it's live-action. So what's the controversy about? Is it just that it's not very loyal? Like, for Christ's sake, Steve has a beard.
I know the art style doesn't look very Minecrafty. Like, it doesn't look very blocky.
I do remember seeing or hearing what people saying that the pig that appears in the trailer looks horrific with that art style.
Yeah.
Maybe there's also an issue with the casting, like not just Steve being Jack Black, but like the other characters just seem like a rubbish bunch or something. I don't know, like, I'm not even really a Minecraft fan these days, so I have no skin in that game. The figurative game, not the literal game.
Oh god, Jason Momoa's in the Minecraft movie.
Who the heck is that?
Aquaman.
Oh, him!
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Who's he gonna be?
And
Notch!
not just Aquaman, he also played Khal Drogo in Game of Thrones.
Oh, okay then.
Yeah, I'm just gonna see.
Bye bye, Ruto.
Garrett the Garbage Man Garrison, apparently. That's who Jason Momoa is gonna be.
Oh, he's a live action character. You know, actually, you know what? Time for Fred to complain. Can we stop? Can we just stop with the flipping video game adaptations that are all, whoa, 1 minute they're in the real world and the next they're in the game world, man? Or the other way around. I'm so sick of it. It's the most cliche generic baloney imaginable. I don't care about the real world. Knock it off. It's also the same old tired fish out of water nonsense when it's people going to the video game world. I don't care. Stop with this whole video games are an alternate reality, man thing. It's so been there, done that. Like, damn near every video game movie has done it. Especially lately. Like, my god, if anything, I just want some like those weird, rubbish old...
I don't think Borderlands does it.
That's more like it. I mean, even the old Tomb Raider films and the new Tomb Raider films are like that. It's not like, whoa...
Uncharted also doesn't do that.
We're in the video game world, man. It's like, no, this is the world. Just get on with it.
That's the one... I don't know whether I want to watch Borderlands because of how critically ass-wiped that film got. But I have still been meaning to watch the Uncharted video game movie because because the Uncharted game series is one of my favourite like game series in terms of action and puzzle and adventure. Even my mum's watched the Uncharted movie and she said it was very, very good. And she's not even familiar with the games. So, yeah, that's definitely one video game adaptation that's definitely still on my radar. It was on Netflix, but I don't think it's on Netflix anymore, sad face.
Oh. Yeah, like even the recent Mario movie couldn't avoid the whole go to the video game world thing, because Mario doesn't just live in the Mushroom Kingdom, he's from Brooklyn, he goes to the Mushroom Kingdom, like, whoa, what's with all these mushrooms? Like, Mario being shocked that there are mushrooms.
I think the Dungeons and Dragons movie that came out was also, like, just in, like, a Dungeons and Dragons world.
Okay.
Like, I don't think it was real people. It wasn't like a Jumanji situation where it was like real people playing the game that the movie is based on.
Just imagine an adaptation of your favourite book coming out, you know? Mm-hmm. It's like, oh man, I can't wait to see the world of Grimdor or whatever the heck its name is.
Or even manga.
Right, yeah. Like an adaptation of your favourite manga. And it's live action CG hybrid schlock. Mm-hmm. And it's about some dork who travels to the anime world. Like, can we, like, I hate it so goddamn much. Just stop.
I know one big budget movie based on a manga that does really well in like just like keeping the movie in like one world is Alita Battle Angel, which is
yeah, that sounds more like it.
Yeah, it was a movie that James Cameron, I nearly said David Cameron, that's a different person. But yeah, James Cameron did Alita Battle Angel a few years ago. But yeah, I highly recommend it if you're into like your manga and you're also into your like dystopian action adventure.
Yeah.
That's another movie I need to rewatch soon as well because I've seen it a few times but I've not seen it in a while, so yeah, definitely need to rewatch Alita at some point.
Yeah, it's just the whole fish out of water thing feels so insincere to me because it's just trying so hard to illustrate like, wow, this thing we're adapting is so ridiculous. This is nothing like real life. Look at our straight man character iterate this exact same perspective. Man, I can't believe this world is so weird.
I feel like the only video game adaptation movie I've seen, or like a movie that's based on a video game that I've seen that I can't really compare to the original material because I don't know much about the original material, is the Rampage movie that Dwayne Johnson and Jeffrey Dean Morgan were in. Apparently that was based on a video game.
A very old one, yeah.
But I'm not familiar with the video game, so I can't. I mean, I can't really say whether that did a good job of.
Yeah, I can't either.
Yeah. I mean, it was a good movie for what it was.
Yeah, not as an adaptation, but just as a film on its own, it seemed fine. I don't really see a problem with it. Decent build up and characters and whatnot, sure.
Yeah. And there was a good bit of spectacle, like good action sequences.
There we go, one hit kill. This boss gave you so much trouble.
Yeah, I know. Fred's taking me to school on this.
Did you remember to bring a lunch?
Yeah.
Yay! These nuts.
Although, to be fair, I didn't really... I mean... I didn't really rely that heavily on packed lunches in school. I did actually eat, like, hot school meals a lot.
Do you remember when hot dinners were free?
Yeah.
Yeah, I bet that came out of the taxpayer's pocket, huh?
And then in secondary school, I don't think they were free.
This stopped being free for me. Wait a minute. You're younger than me. What the hell? You would have... I swear it was phased out by the end of my primary school, which would have been mid-primary school for you.
Well, in my secondary school, I'm pretty sure they weren't free.
Wait. Secondary... Okay, that explains it. So
Yeah.
you had it in early secondary, huh?
Well...
Wait, but you're younger than me. Oh, I'm so confused.
We had a... Because my secondary school had this weird fingerprint system where
Right.
the school would take our fingerprints and they'd be used to, I don't know, like identify who we were
That's
and
creepy as all hell.
pay for our school meals.
Right,
But yeah, so clearly you didn't have anything like that because, and in that case you were lucky. I mean, the fingerprint system my secondary school had was flawed anyway because, like, the system would, like, bug out sometimes and it wouldn't recognise the fingerprint even though, like, it's the same finger that you'd always use.
yeah. I'm just thinking what to do after this temple. There's the running man who wants the hat. There's the Ganondorf.
Gone 4 hours, wasn't it?
It's not gone 8 o'clock yet though.
Oh.
I just did the whole stream starting soon thing before 4.
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah.
You're so cute.
Oh, thank you. Whoodish. Oh, Link, what are you doing? This has to be one of my favourite bosses in the game now that I think about it. Oh, wait a minute. I can do this. There we go. There's a glitch. Link does different amounts of damage based on what attack he does, but that shield stab, it doesn't change the variable. So
No.
it uses whatever you used before. So if you do a jump attack with a stick, which does 4 times damage, you can then do shield stabs to repeatedly do that 4 times damage and annihilate enemies and bosses and whatever. It's how I killed the first boss in basically one hit. It was 1 hit and 2 stabs, but it was really just like one cycle, I suppose, is one way of putting it. There we are.
I'm surprised that cap fits you, honestly.
Oh, I had to adjust it.
Okay. I was gonna say.
Yeah, it was too dang tight.
Yeah.
Zap. Like I said, one of
Is
my
it
favourite.
comfortable?
Yes.
Yeah. That's good.
I'm not the hugest judge that I never wear hats.
No.
I used to wear this kind of camo coloured hat in primary school. Then someone maybe a family member chucked it over a hedge and it just disappeared. What?
I had a really cool like cap that I used to wear in the summer back in primary school. It was a Bratz cap, like the Bratz dolls, obviously.
B-rats.
And it was based on their like exotic sort of desert fashion Genie Magic brand.
Desert fashion.
So well, yeah, because Genie Magic, like the movie involves like genies and like.
Yeah, I think you mean Arabic. That's problematic, Georgia. To use your weird terminology.
When have I ever said that?
You've said problematic plenty of times. I don't use that word. I say horseradish.
Horseradish. Baloney.
Yeah, bolognese.
But yeah, because the hat I had, or the cap I had was Bratz Genie Magic, there was like little jewel embellishments on it, which are really cool.
Uh-huh.
So yeah, definitely enjoyed wearing that hat.
Yeah, like I said, I had my hat until someone, either a friend or a family member, maybe me, but I doubt I'd do something so stupid. I chucked it over a hedge, or someone chucked it over a hedge at my primary school, only it didn't go behind the hedge, it got stuck in the hedge, and we never found it. Shame, really. I liked that hat. Yeah, somehow I managed to actually clear all 3 tempo dungeons before the end of the stream. Though all I have is 5 minutes, will I be able to get to the Temple of Time and sing a song and do all of the remaining side quests? Probably not. I got Skulltulas to catch. Whatevs. Whatevser.
Whatever. Oh, you're so cute.
She's pinching me. That almost hoit.
Sorry.
I said almost.
Well, I tried not. I make sure not to, you know,
Yeah, I know.
pinch too hard.
Yeah, random fun fact. So in that cutscene there, after Link teleports out of the fish, he appears like really, really close to Ruto. And Ruto's kind of leaning towards him, which causes him to recoil and fall into the water. It was always a bit ambiguous what was going there, if it was just like personal space, whatever, that made him back off. But according to the game's leaked source code stuff from the Giga Leak, that particular animation, the developers named it Kiss. So apparently Ruto was leaning in for a kiss there.
Oh my.
Which is, you can't really tell with the whole N64 graphics.
No.
Yeah.
That's one thing video games have definitely gotten better at though, making kisses look actually realistic instead of just like
Headbutting.
characters' mouths mushing against each other.
Oh, Heavy Rain. That was weird. Oh, I got 30 Skulltulas, how nice. So I have the boomerang, can I use that for anything? Wait a minute. Isn't there a Skulltula near the fish? Personally, I may... Well, that was a voice crack. I'm only 27. Hi, guys. We're going to be playing Ocarina of Time. Personally. Yeah. Feel free to run off, but I may just continue the stream until I wrap things up with Adult Link. Just because, like,
where
the
would
reason...
I run off to?
The bedroom. Where you've been all day.
I mean... Are you trying to get rid of me?
I'm saying I may continue the stream, but you don't have to tag along.
I mean, I'm good.
Okay. There we go. I knew about this.
I'm good. Dabby-dee-dabby-die.
Dab? D? Dab? Die? What are you trying to tell me? Dab on them haters.
I'm trying to sing
I know.
the blues song.
Is it dabba-dee dabba-die, or is it if I was green I would die?
No.
I'm blue, if I was green I would die. Yeah, I'm sure it's actually not that, but it's a fun way to mishear it. But now that I have the boomerang, ooh, what can I do? There's so much to do. I think I'll begin with Zora's Lake Hylia. There's a skull tool I can get now with the boomerang. I also need to revisit the Great Deku Tree. There's a skull tool there for me as well.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, this is a bit weird. Like, maybe if the game had more to do, more boomerang things. It's just one skull tooler. The only reason to ever come back here after the first wave of coming here. It just feels a bit cheap and empty. Not to say Majora's Mask is any better, but still. I just want a nice rich game with plenty to do. Anyway, that's the Skull Tooler Court. So is it? No, this area won't be clear of Skull Toolers because there's at least one here when Link's an adult. At least. Oh, I'm sorry, am I putting you to sleep?
No.
Okay. Yeah, so much for being adult Link by 8 o'clock. I just want to do the stuff though. This is fun until I get bored of it anyway. Still like the lighting effect here. Obviously this isn't ray traced or anything, so it's all just
I'm surprised
faked.
you can see it, given you're wearing sunglasses.
Yeah, it was much harder to see all of this when the curtains were open, but now that it's dark, nah, there's enough light in here for me to see what's going on.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Thank you. Thank you. To quote some Wind Waker character that I hate. Oh, Beedle, you are the embodiment of everything wrong with Wind Waker. And Skyward Sword. And also a little Breath of the Wild.
Have you... Like, would you ever be interested in playing Skyward Sword HD? You know, the one that came out for Switch.
Maybe. I don't know if I'd really enjoy it, but sure. I suppose if we were to play all the Zelda games, I wouldn't skip Skyward Sword.
No.
Bark, bark, bark. Big chicken. Actually, give me another magic bean. Why the hell not? Chompy, chompy, chompy. Uh-huh. There we go. Uh-huh. This one's unique. This is the one bean planting spot that has no skull tool in it.
Yeah.
Yeah, which is very confusing until you figure it out. Because you'll just constantly be dropping bugs on it thinking, why the heck ain't it working? Okay, so what I'm trying to do here. I'm trying to get up to that top area over there because I believe there is at least one skull tooler. But that may be adult Link, not child Link.
Yeah.
Could be wrong, I just want to find out. Oh, thank goodness, I thought I wasn't going to make it. There we go. I think my throat's getting dry again. Okay, let's give this a go. Got to line up and... yeah, there we go. Yeah, if you free roam in this game a lot, you'll find that there are a lot of nooks and crannies and hidden areas that are just so pointless.
Yeah.
Like up here we have one of the Sheikah stones, which aren't that useful. There's a boulder that's hiding a little tunnel, but it's just got like 20 rupees in it or something, really not important. And this one ledge has another hole, also with nothing really useful in it. And then you got a spot on a wall where a gold skull tool appears. Oh, fairy fountain, who cares? But yeah, it would appear that skull tool only spawns at night, so I wasted my time. But yeah, these grottos, they are all identical. And they never have anything worthwhile in them. Ironically, these places are more noteworthy and important when you're playing with the randomizer, because in the randomizer, any chest can contain any item. So, you know, this chest right here could contain that giant sword you like. Yeah. Anyway, what else is there to do? So Lon Lon Ranch has a boomerang skull tooler. Kakariko Graveyard has a boomerang skull tooler. What other places?
So yeah, just to flex my Japanese skills, I just practiced a bit of Japanese. And I don't know how well it'll show up because my phone's really bright. Come on, focus, there we go. But yeah, I just typed Tiger Isaka's name in Japanese.
Yeah, not in its native kanji form, but in hiragana.
In hiragana, yeah.
Yeah.
So yeah, I guess I can add Tiger Isaka to the names of characters that I know how to write.
I believe it's called a reading, I think. When you turn kanji into phonetics, it's called a reading.
Yeah.
Sometimes the same kanji has multiple readings based on context. So depending on where that kanji appears, it becomes a different sound.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, a bit like the letter P, how on its own it's a P, and together with a H it becomes a F. Which is ironic because we have an F for that, so why don't we just use that? Languages are dumb. I do wonder why people never bother inventing a new language. I get that adoption is a problem, but hey, it worked out for Rust, didn't it? A new programming language, and everyone and their grandma adopted it for some obscene reason. And there was that ridiculous initiative to rewrite everything in Rust. Like, imagine someone inventing a new language and then a bunch of stupid hipsters decided, we need to rewrite every book, translate every film ever made into this new cool language, you know? If it's improbable in spoken language, why the hell is it currently happening with a programming language? It's ridiculous. Feels like I'm living in an episode of South Park, you know? In fact, I'm sure there's an episode of The Simpsons that has that kind of plot. You know, Simpsons has done every comedic scenario.
Yeah.
So lunatics inventing a new language and trying to translate everything into that language, that must have been done at some point, right?
Yeah,
surely.
It sounds like it has been.
Yeah. Question is, in The Simpsons, which character would do it? Who would be the one to invent the language? That nerdy fella with the glasses?
You mean Milhouse?
No, not Milhouse, the scientist. I have invented a machine that will break through the glass. It's on the other side of the glass. Yeah, him. Okay, I got that skull tooler. What next? Are we on Death Mountain?
Homer might do it just out of utter disgust for the English language.
Yeah, that is something he would do.
I mean, he's literally like shunned Springfield and didn't save it for like almost all of the Simpsons movie because he hated Springfield. It's only because he wanted to get Marge back that he ended up saving Springfield.
Ah, yes, emotional blackmail. This is why relationships are toxic, okay? We need to talk about this. Let's unpack this. We need to have a conversation.
As Rhett and Link say, let's talk about that. No reaction.
Trying to concoct a joke.
Oh.
Every reason one of our videos starts with, let's talk about that. Let's talk about that.
I'm surprised I've not done that yet. Or if they have, I've totally missed it.
Yeah. And it's daytime, and that's not what I want. So with this, well, I have gotten every single skull tooler in Lon Lon Ranch. I don't think there are any here when you're an adult. Wait a minute. No. I think I missed one in Lon Lon Ranch. I'm going to have to go check. Not this one, but another one. Somewhere past the silo building looking thing. So let's see. I definitely don't have them all, do I? Nope. Okay, so let's go check it out. Or is it an adult Link only Skulltula? Ooh, my. Yeah, there was meant to be a shop here, believe it or not. The only remnant of it is that Talon will sell you milk if you beat his little chicken game. Yeah. But yeah, there's meant to be a shop where they sold you, I believe. They'd sell you milk, they'd sell you some third thing. They would also sell you eggs, oddly enough. Probably like either an egg that you eat or maybe the weird egg that Malon gives you in the finished game. Do you mind?
Do you mind, you stupid enemy?
You stupid knobhead. There we go, all Lolland Ranch Skulltulas.
You're so cute.
Kawaii des. So all I can think of now is the Skulltula in the tree. Suppose I can also grab the Ocarina of Time, learn the Song of Time.
Ooh,
There's also Bombchu bowling.
I just remembered it's Friday tomorrow.
It's
Yay.
Friday. Yeah.
And the fact that it's Friday also means new Dr. Stern and new Apothecary Diaries.
Good morning, world. Yeah, let's go trigger the cutscene. That'll get the bunny hood guy to spawn so I can give him the damned bunny hood.
Yeah, Fred will probably back me up on this, but Good Morning World by Burnout Syndromes, which was the opening for not only season 1 of Dr. Stern, but like the special episode, which introduced Ryu Sui. But yeah, that definitely deserves way more love than it's currently getting. Like, it's so catchy.
It is very catchy, yes.
Oh, Hayo Sakai, good morning world.
I honestly wish it had been titled Hello World, because, you know, computer science is science too.
Yeah.
Hello World.
I mean, Senku in the show also reflects that, because, like, he has been known to get techie.
You know, actually, I am shocked that a show that's all about inventing scientific gadgets, he hasn't invented circuitry yet, to my knowledge.
I mean, he invented, like...
Sorry, he's made analog circuitry for his radio, but he hasn't done digital. You know, he hasn't made an adder, he hasn't made, like, a single cycle multiplier, which is a series of bit shifts and ORs. Sorry, bit shifts and additions. Requires a lot of transistors, but yeah, it's very, very fast. It's why modern x86 CPUs can compute a multiplication in a single go, whereas all the CPUs take a long time, and yeah. Like, it's not hard to do. Digital electronics are simple. It's either, you know, some electricity or no electricity, pretty much no in between. Or whatever, 5 volt or no volt, whatever. Look at those ears. Look at those big lips. All that big forehead and receding hairline. This is the least intimidating villain ever.
Yeah, when you look at him, you just want to laugh at him.
He looks like
You look stupid.
He looks like someone's dorky uncle.
Dorky uncle.
Yeah, he does.
I mean, his hairstyle and like the bushy eyebrows kind of remind me of Rand's Keeper Willie from The Simpsons.
Yeah, you got a point there. Gandalf with a thick Scottish accent.
Yeah.
That would be interesting. It's weird, really. The way he's voiced in this game is like, ha, 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 ha. He's really nasally in this game. In Twilight Princess, they make him super gruff. So if he laughs, like, ho, 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 ho.
Oh, God.
Sounds nothing like he does in this game, but it does make him sound like way less of a dork.
What happened? Did you drown?
Poor Link, he forgot to swim.
Oh.
Yeah, oddly enough, so you get the first spiritual stone, and then go to Zelda, and then she tells you to go get the other two. But when you get the other two, you can't talk to her because this happens. Fun fact though, if you get the first of the remaining two from the Dongo's cavern, you can actually come back to her and show her, and she's like, "Oh, nice work.
Yeah.
Now go get the other one." At one point, the owl was meant to tell you to do this. You were meant to go. Oh, I just did that. Okay. Sorry, I did R1 to press down because I'm used to it like the GameCube version, and apparently that works in this port. That's nice.
That's cool.
Yeah, got both options. But yeah, as I was saying, yeah. Apparently at some point it was mandatory or something to go tell Zelda that you got the second spiritual stone. I'm not too sure how or why though, because I know, I've said before, I said in the Lost VOD, that gateway at the start of Zora's River was meant to be like the one in Kakariko Village, so you may have needed Zelda's letter to open it. But the information I read is that the Zelda's letter that she gives you, the first time would have worked for both gates, but the fact that the game tells you to talk to Zelda again suggests she would have written you a new letter to let you go to Zora's River. You know, that's what the evidence seems to be pointing at. Anyway, so off to Kakiri Forest I go. I'll wrap up the things in Hyrule Market when I go to become Adult Link.
Yeah.
Because over there I have Bombchu Bowling to do. Not looking forward to it really, I hate Bombchu Bowling. There's a sculpture that I can get in Gerudo Valley. Don't think there's one near Lake Hylia or anything. It's just Kakiri Forest and Gerudo Valley. Oh, I also need to find the Bunny Man. Where the hell is he? Sorry, where the Hylia is he? Sorry, where the Hylia is he?
No, it's Hylia.
I'm gonna marry this woman one day. Is that him or is that a sign? That's totally him. That's a sign, Fred.
Stare at you.
I'm aware, but you can't see me staring back with these glasses.
No, those cool lashes.
Radical.
When did you get those again? Did you get them in Bridlington or
Yeah.
Hornsey or somewhere like that?
Yeah, it was, or probably Bridlington. You know, the one where after we went to Mr. Moo's with my dad and co.
Hornsey.
Oh, Hornsey then. Yeah, got it at Hornsey. Because the sun was bothering the heck out of me.
Yeah.
Where is this fella? But yeah, I'm still upset that Link basically just throws away Saria's handmade ocarina. Like, no, you don't do a girl dirty like that, Link. That's just wrong. It's like me throwing away the gifts you give me. You just don't do that. But yeah, I've been playing this game a very long time, and it was only like 5 or so years ago I learned that this fella even existed.
Yeah.
To be fair, I don't like running around this big boring field anyway, but still. Yeah, the idea is he runs around till night time, then he relaxes. That's when you get to talk to him and give him the hat. And there you go, he gives you an infinite amount of money, but your wallet has a finite capacity, so whatever. Just 50 rupees, that's a tenth of... Oh, sorry, that's a quarter of my money game, no. Okay, onward to Kakiri Forest. I know I could do, like, the Hyrule Field Skulltulers, but I really don't want to.
Yeah.
Like, no, I'll do all the adult ones, and if there are any left, then I'll search the place as Kid Link to find any that I missed. Because otherwise I'll be here all day, trying to find all of them only to discover, like, oh, Adult Link has to do it, or something like that. Or it only spawns if you're Adult Link, so I'll never find it, I'll just be looking forever. But yeah, I don't believe there are any. Wait a minute, did I get the No, I did get the Kakariko Graveyard Skulltula, didn't I? You were here, did I go to the graveyard?
I think so.
Jeez, I'm gonna have to double check.
You've been to so many places.
Yeah.
Like, Dongo Cavern, Jabu's Belly.
Yeah. All in 4.5 hours. Or 4 1/4. If I can read the timestamp. So where is this thing? At the bottom of the tree. Again, I find it really weird that you're encouraged to come back to this temple just to get one spider. And what's the point? Why not get really interesting and have like an optional section of the dungeon that you can come back to later in the game and explore? Why is it just one room with an enemy in it? It just seems so pathetic. It's not exactly like it's padding though. It's not mandatory. It's just padding for the 100% or something. Let's see if I can pull this off. There we go. Is there an invisible chest here?
So, what are your plans for after you finish streaming?
Oh, I really do not know. Programming, maybe? I mean, I definitely won't be working. I already did that today.
Yeah.
But I don't know if I'm in the mood to watch anything. I don't know. I'm just going to have to go by ear. So, did I get them all? Yeah, there we go. And how many do I have anyway? 36. I need to go to the Skulltula house. I would save warp, but I don't really have it. I can't remember which F key is reset.
What savoury snacks do we have?
We've got crisps, pickled onion, meaty. That's all I can really think of that we have.
Yeah.
Which game was it? I think it may have been Majora's Mask 3D. Lets you climb walls quicker by button mashing square.
It's just because even though we have Domino's Pizza, we're pretty healthy when it comes to it. We like to customise our pizza so that it's not like the biggest, most calorific. Jinx.
Now you owe me a soda.
We both said that.
Yeah, we did. And then you placed a hex upon me like the witch you are.
I know it's crazy. We finish each other's
sausages.
That's what I was gonna say.
Yes, I know it's sandwiches.
Yeah, we finish each other's sandwiches. Oh, Hans and Anna were so not meant for each other. It was obvious the second that Kristoff walked on screen in Frozen, that's who Anna was going to end up with.
We finish each other's lives. I'm sorry, I forgot. Well, now we're even. I'm sorry. I don't normally wear hats. What can I say?
Yeah, it's a good thing I was facing this way.
Yeah, sorry.
Otherwise you would have, like, kicked me in the head.
I said I'm sorry, okay? Oh, I never went to flipping Gerudo Valley. I'm dumb.
Yeah, you never went to Gerudoville.
That's right, I was looking for the Running Man, so I walked past Gerudo Valley. So I have to go from here to Gerudo Valley, and then all the way to flipping Kakariko Village. This is the least efficient journey possible. Where's Epona when you need her? Epona? I hardly know her.
But yeah, I'll probably go get some snacks and head back to the bedroom.
Oh, well, yeah, sure, if you want. I'm not going to be doing this for that much longer. We've got like bomb chew bowling and that's about it.
I know, but, yeah. I mean, I do want to try and get as much rest as possible, because I think it is healthy.
Gotta go back. Gotta go back. Gotta go backer, backer, backer. Go faster. I don't care. Oh, is there a cable in the way?
Step over the cable.
Jeez.
I'll just put my phone in the thing.
Okay, then. Yeah. This webcam here absolutely hates that lamp I have over there. It like makes it overexposed or something, so it appears that there is a very bright light in the corner. I can assure you it's quite dim. Maybe I should give my glasses to the webcam. Cover up the brightness with. Oh goodness! Now that I think about it, yeah, there's actually a bit to do here in Gerudo Valley. Like, Kid Link isn't really meant to come to Gerudo Valley, as you can see there's a fence in the way. But yeah, he's got stuff to do. Skulltulas to kill, a heart piece to collect, a cow to milk. Rest your hands on the table or something if you want. You can take weight. Good work.
Slow but steady.
Wins the race. We finish each other's sentences, yay! Oh, right, so... yeah, that's one Skulltula down, the next one's down here. I need bugs. Have I got bugs? Yes, I got bugs. I don't believe there's any point in planting a bean here. The bean just takes you up to the waterfall, but I can just swim there. I think. I haven't been foolish enough to plant a bean here in a while, so I don't really know where it goes. I'm not sure that I know where it goes. Yep, here we are. What are there? I think there are, what, 10 magic beans, 10 bean planting spots. Most of them are pointless. Good for Skulltula hunting, but not really for planting beans in. So what is after this? Bonchu bowling and that's it? Then I just go to the Temple of Time, I think? Yeah, unfortunately, I am very, very forgetful, so I can recite my to-do list, and then a good 30 seconds later, I've forgotten a few items in that list. Unfortunately. I do need to check the Kakariko graveyard again. Just in case I missed the Skulltula there. I also need to visit the Skulltula house since I have 30 Skulltulas. You gonna be okay there, honey?
Yeah.
Alright.
Okay.
Good work. Enjoy yourself.
Bye-bye.
And there goes G-Dog.
Yeah, I'll be back on stream tomorrow.
With
Life is Strange.
the original?
Well, I'm playing the remastered version of the original.
Oh, okay. Life is extra strange. Modern life is strange. Bye. Yeah, anything else to do here? Nah, I'm pretty sure I've exhausted all my options here in Lake Hylia. Link can dive, but he can't dive well enough to do anything at the scientist's house. Whoa, I really wish I had some teleportation songs right now. I mean, maybe I go to Zora's Domain and that'll be a bit of a shortcut. I hope. Just because I do not fancy backpedaling across the entire field. I'm trying to think of any trivia I can give for this area. Before Georgia showed up, that was all I was doing. But geez, what about Zora's Domain? Again, I like the texture animation here. It's convincing. It's atmospheric. It's not here in the tunnels. Like, yeah, they've polished it decently well, I suppose. Oh, water. Water's a funny thing because it's transparency and polygons hate transparency. If you do the layering wrong, you'll get things that would appear to be in front of the water despite being behind it. Usually games have to really bust their unmentionables to avoid bumping into those issues, though the Dreamcast didn't quite have that issue. It's why Sonic Adventure 1 has chaos and so many water effects in it. The idea was that the Dreamcast was, and probably still is, the only console that can actually do water and transparency in general with ease. There's no shenanigans to it. So that's why Chaos is made of water, because it's all complex and there's layers of transparency and whatnot and it all works well. Then they ported the game to the GameCube and the fancy hardware transparency was gone, so they had to rejig the game to not just suffer massively whenever Chaos was on screen. Yeah, they had to implement some kind of ad hoc polygon depth sorter. It doesn't work well at all, apparently. Like, there are modders who've improved the PC port of Sonic Adventure 1, which of course is based on the GameCube version, because why would they port the good version? And yeah, apparently it is just terribly programmed. Like, it barely even functions. Kakariko Village, Fred. Kakariko Village. Okay. Yeah, unless I'm forgetting something. Aside from Hyrule Field Skulltulas, I do believe I've thoroughly exhausted everything. Soon there'll be nothing left to do but have Link become an adult. Yeah, it's a shame really. I wish there was more sequence breaking. Because I really loved that about GTA San Andreas. What was its name? There's a name for it where you do as much optional stuff as you can before the first mission. I really liked that stuff. And fans are still finding ways to do missions and other optional things before the very first mission. For instance, you can actually get a few articles of clothing, because even though at the start of the game all of the clothes shops are closed, just some missions will give you clothes anyway, and you get to keep them. Stuff like that, but I don't feel like you really get that with this game. You don't get to do anything that lets you do things that only adult Link can normally do, but as Kid Link. Nah, okay, I've already got the Skulltula here. Did I get this Skulltula already? Yeah, it would just be nice if this game had more sequence breaks, but I'm not really aware of any. Okay, I know you can get into Gerudo Valley and Gerudo Fortress somehow. Don't know how you go about that, you just can. No Skulltula. Oh! I forgot this Skulltula. Okay then. Silly me. Okay, then Skulltula House, then Bombchu Bowling, then I should be done. Yeah, that's where I'll be wrapping up the stream. I mean, who knows if I'll continue this. The idea was to just cover the parts of the game that were lost in the Lost VODs. I'm not particularly hankering to play through the entirety of Ocarina of Time, so that's 1, that's 2, and here's 3. What does 3 give me? Is it anything good? I hope it's something good. There we go, that's really good. I should have done this before talking to the damned bunny hood guy. Okay, well, one more thing I can do aside from Bombchu Bowling is the Happy Mask Salesman, pay the 50 rupees he's owed. There is technically that that dying guard I could talk to, but like I said, my idea of 100%ing this game is collectibles, not optional dialogue with a dead character. Woo. But yeah, once again, another case where this game has a pretty good balance between whimsy and, I wouldn't really say grim, but serious parts. And the game's all whimsical, like spooky skeletons come out at night and they're not that scary looking compared to the nightmare fuel Twilight Princess can come up with. But you do have plenty of on-screen deaths. They're not treated as jokes or anything. There's nothing there to break the tension immediately after. And character just dies and you're supposed to move on. No silly glockenspiel music like in Wind Waker. Like, wow. I wonder if people are going to start looking back at Wind Waker and say it has like Marvel humour or something, because it does some really dumb stuff at the worst times. I think the one time that game's actually serious and it stays serious is at the very, very end of the game. When King Daphnis does the unspeakable and condemns Hyrule to damnation or whatever. So, now I have a bomb bag, I can go Bombchu Bowling. I could also do the treasure chest game, but again, that's a dice roll, I'm not interested. I'll save it for when I have the Lens of Truth. Yeah, sure. So what do I get? Yeah, bomb bag, that's what I want. I think that's always the first item. It's really the heart piece I'm holding out for. But yeah, this is cruel. You could be slightly off and it will end in tears. Oh, dearie me. Oh, dearie flipping heck. The analog is just feels a little off. Like, is that not 2 left? Oh, of course it was. Okay, I'm just making it worse now. Oh boy. Oh, is this port doing something? I'm trying to aim a little between up and left, and it's just too much left, too much... Heavens above. Okay, this is not funny. Yeah, this is exactly the suffering I expected. I really hate Bombchu bowling. Great. Now I have to just nail this one perfect first go. And this is the hardest one too. There's 2 damn chickens in the way. I'm just going to close my eyes and pray that they get out of the way. No, they did not get out of the way. Now I miss out. I don't even want your stupid rupees, woman. Damn it. Jeez, this is a way to end the stream. How did I know Bombchu bowling would be so painful? Great. I know I can strategize and do like a corkscrew spiral, or I can just pray the chicken stays out the damned way. And then I have to pray that both chickens stay out of the way. Like, you can wait for an opportunity, but then, you know, you'll deploy the Bombchu and a chicken will just run into it despite being firmly out of the way. Like, check this out. Ugh. I was actually hoping that would work. Oh boy. Let's go now. Great. I swear I'm pointing the analog stick straight up, but Link looks like he's facing a little left. Wow. You'd think me playing this game 20 years, I'd eventually... Okay, this chicken is taking the absolute mick. You think I would have come up with a strategy by now? You really would have think I would have after all this time. But no, I'm not aware of any strategies. This chicken can suck a COCK roll. Yeah. I'm gradually losing my patience with this. Was that thing's hitbox always so massive? Blooming heck. Oh, okay, well. Oof. Okay, I'm glad it made it there. But yeah, really, after all this time, I have no strategy. I just look away. I just close my eyes and hope. That failed, didn't it? Jeez. I can wait for an opportunity, but will one ever come? Alright then. Jeez, how many more times am I going to have to win this before I get both the items I actually want? Bombchus! They're surprisingly rare. I often go full playthroughs without getting them until the last possible minute. Like, there have been times where I've only gotten them in, like, Ganon's Tower. Because I think they're mandatory in Ganon's Tower. There's a puzzle that requires Bombchus, but otherwise they don't really have a purpose. Yeah, that'll work. That'll be fine. Or not. I can eat my own words. Yeah, there we go. Okay, lesson learned. Now my favourite bit. Again. You know, maybe there's a strategy to it. If you bomb the chicken while it's in one spot and then deploy the Bombchu while it's... Get lost. That's not where I was aiming. How the heck? Wow. Never done that before. Well, that's one down. Now for the bomb bag. Oh, that's not a bomb bag. But yeah, I swear the camera perspective messes with you. I mean, look at it. I'm holding up, but Link is not facing, like, directly away from the camera. So it's like the game's directional input isn't taking into account the fisheye lens effect or whatever. The perspective distort. What? 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 I think I hit the chicken behind the wall. That's a new level of nonsense. Don't think I've ever had that happen before. Of course. Yeah, I wonder if I can replicate what I did earlier. So I was a little to the right. No, I was a little to the right, but I also deployed a little to the right. It's like this. Do you mind? Like this. Of course it hit that chicken. Man, must it be so close every time? Just, I don't like this. I'm trying to counteract the camera fisheye lens malarkey. It ain't working out. Oh, whatever, I didn't care anyway. Give me the bomb bag. This time for real. It's all fun and games till it's not fun. Then it's just pain. God damn it. Like, imagine actual real-life bowling, but there was this annoying chicken in the way. But yeah, I wonder how speedrunners do with this. I don't think I've seen like a 100% speedrun of this game before. Okay, that was actually surprisingly painless. Who would have thought it would end in such an underwhelming way? That's like the middle-sized bomb bag, but then I get it and it's the gigantic bomb bag. Oops. Heck no. Alright. So, okay, then the Happy Mask Salesman, and then I think that's it. There's pretty much nothing left to do as Kid Link. I can't learn the Song of Storms yet, I believe. Goodness, glad I have the rupees for that. As a reward, I will lend you this special mask. The Mask of Truth. I don't recall the Mask of Truth having any real use in this game. Like, yeah, you can... Oh, really, you can read people's minds. To be fair, I don't go around and talk to everyone wearing masks. But yeah, it seems like the masks are just good for trivia. Like, you can talk to... you can listen to Sheikah Stones and get a little developer commentary. Real fans use the hold L targeting. Or, you know, you can wear a Gerudo face and upset people. That's an option too. Yeah, is that it? We done here? Wait a minute. Oh, I forgot about Din's Fire. How can I forget about Din's Fire? Jeez. Yeah, every time I think about is there anything I'm missing near Hyrule Castle, I end up thinking of that one Skulltula who's in the hole that needs the Song of Storms to open. So of course when I think of that I think, oh no, I can't get that. And I stop bothering to think of any other secret stuff in the area, but yeah, there's also this. It's Mysterious Boulder. That's weird, why doesn't... Okay. Normally Navi lets you examine it. Oh well. Okay, then this is the last thing, right? There's nothing else to do around Hyrule. There's Kid Link. Is there? But yeah, once I get the Master Sword, I'll be ending the stream here. I think 5 hours is enough for one day. Oh, Nintendo, making the living room awkward since 1998. Why do I have to? Yeah, emphasize it, Nintendo. I'm sure the kids aren't creeped out enough yet. Oh no, I hope Mom's not in the room. I think it was my brother Joe had a fun story about that. He was playing Far Cry 3 and he chose the bad ending. And anyone who's played Far Cry 3 knows what happens in the bad ending. And you bet his family was in the room when that happened. Poor him. So, yeah, I'm really not coming up with anything else, so I guess I'm just going to head to the Temple of Time. Yeah, so Adult Link in about 5 hours. I wonder how that compares to a speedrun, like how quickly can the game be 100%ed? up to adult Link normally. I suppose I haven't been going the absolute fastest, but I also haven't really been wasting time either. Did I get the Skulltula from here? Surely I did. Yeah, alright, well. Any more trivia? Oh, right, I believe that pre-render I just walked towards there. That reflects the Happy Mask shop being in its old design. I think we have some prototype renders of the Temple of Time as well, back when it had a... Well, it was in a completely different location at one point. Surely we got those renders from the Giga Leak or something. I don't think we got them from the prototype. But yeah, alright, so Song of Time. Thank God I'm about to play this thing. It is weird hearing this game in Ocarina of Time. I'm so used to it from being Majora's Mask, right? Way more prominent in that game. In this game you play it, what, 3 times? I think it's closer to 5. Still, not many uses for the Song of Time. More random trivia. Apparently, originally when Link became an adult, the Sacred Stones were to lose their power, and the Door of Time would have shut behind him. Not too sure why they got rid of it. I mean, well, maybe they got rid of it because presumably you'd charge them all up by going to the Forest, Fire, and Water temples, but in the finished game, you can go back in time after just doing the Forest Temple. Even though you don't need to become a kid again until you've done the first 3 temples, like, you only really need to become Kid Link again to take on the Shadow and Spirit temples, because you need the Lens of Truth. But who knows, maybe Nintendo thought it was too limiting to force you to play as adult Link until you've done 3 temples, so they reduced it to 1, and they got rid of the plot gimmick that prevented him from going back in time in the first place. Instead they just had Sheik be overbearing. Oh man, here I am wanting to end the stream and I have to sit through this entire cutscene. What have I done? Good old Ganondorf, back at it again with the satellite dish ears. And 5 head. Yeah, it's interesting how this game seems to portray... Well, not portray, but apparently this whole thing was a mistake. The whole getting the spiritual stones, getting the Master Sword, was a massive mistake that Link and Zelda just walked into. The game's ending is a bit abstract. Because Link goes back in time. To do what, though? Is the future just going to turn out the way it always has? But the fact is, Link gets sent further back in time. Normally when you go back in time, you go to after Ganondorf has attacked Hyrule Castle and Zelda has left. But in the ending, Link has been sent back in time to before Zelda was chased away. How much further before Zelda was chased away, I don't know. Like, did the Great Deku Tree not die? Is Link able to prevent that now that he's been sent further back in time? So the suspicion I have is the idea is meant to be that Link is able to prevent the whole mistake of grabbing the Master Sword, the mistake of opening the door to the Sacred Realm and all that. I mean, I think that's what Twilight Princess implies, right? Because Ganondorf's in prison or something in that game. So he didn't get to do what he did in the future timeline. Though, you know, how much of that is a retcon? Is that what the Ocarina of Time developers intended? Or was that just how Twilight Princess's devs interpreted it? It's just kind of weird that a game that's so wordy doesn't bother explaining its own ending. Or time to get all sophisticated and artistic, you know, in your storytelling. I wouldn't say it necessarily compares, but the fates of the sages are also a bit up in the air towards the end of the game. Now, the game hints repeatedly that they're dead, And then the ending makes it a lot more clear when it shows them hanging around the real world, but they don't go and see their loved ones, they just hang out on top of a mountain. Odd choice. Like the ending even shows their loved ones grieving, like mourning them. Or at least missing them, right? You'd think if there was ever a time for them to reunite, it'd be there, but no, the developers felt need to show their friends mourning them, and also them refusing to see them, you know? Sounds like they're dead. Which again seems like a bit of an oddly solemn thing for this game. I mean, maybe it's not that odd. I'm just used to like Wind Waker being really, really cartoony and refusing to do anything solemn beyond the ending. The whole Fate of Hyrule thing. Not really related to this game, but yeah, apparently Twilight Princess has some weird subtext or whatever to it, where it kind of relies on a Japanese cultural thing. The whole Zant and Ganondorf thing is meant to reflect some kind of trope or whatever in Japanese mythology about a corrupt priest whose spirit bonds with that of a demon, or something like that. It's something the game itself really leans into, but it doesn't really make sense to anyone outside of that culture. I wonder if Ocarina of Time has anything like that. I mean, it is kind of strange for something so based on European medieval-y mythology, that kind of thing. Medieval fantasy. To incorporate elements of Far East mysticism or whatever, mythology. Like I said, I just was wondering, what other cases do Zelda games do that, where they incorporate stuff that people over here won't get? Man, I should have looked at the time when this whole cutscene thing began, because I wonder how long this barrage lasts for. I think we already established that the game's opening cutscene crawl. Jeez, how long does that take? About 10 minutes? Just all of, like, getting into the Deku Tree. I don't know if this was part of the Lost VODs or one of the VODs we actually did manage to preserve, but I was talking with George about how this game gets some of the temples backwards. So, okay, so we have Forest Temple, Fire Temple, Water Temple, Shadow Temple, and Spirit Temple. So, okay, that's what Sheik has said, that's the order of the temples. And it's the order most people do the temples in. But then you look at the order of the medallions, the order of the sages, and Shadow comes after Spirit. Not to mention, it is actually possible to beat the Spirit Temple before the Shadow Temple. It's not normally possible to beat one temple without at least doing some of the other temple before it. You know, to get the unique item. But no. The Spirit Temple does not require the hover boots in any way, shape or form. The Spirit Temple just requires the Lens of Truth, and I think that's, even then, that's only to get to the temple. Not to beat it. So it would seem at some point Nintendo had the temples in a different order and then swapped them right at the very end for some reason. Alright, finally. Oh boy. But yeah, alright, well I think that'll be it for me. Unfortunately, I'm not Georgia, so I don't know what the script, like the whole routine and the song and dance and script is for this bit. But yeah, thanks for joining me. This has been a one-off, because Georgia was, well, she was meant to be going out today, now she's just playing under the weather. But she should be in shape tomorrow to do Life is Strange, so look forward to that. As for the Zelda stuff, we've been doing Ocarina of Time, what was it, every other Sunday. The Sunday just gone was our Sonic Sunday, I think, was it? Honestly, I can't recall. But yeah, I'm pretty sure it was Zelda. No, wait, it was Zelda Sunday this week. Oh, I'm losing my marbles. Okay, what I think is going on is that we just had our Zelda Sunday last Sunday. So next Sunday will be Sonic Sunday, and it's the next Sunday after that that we'll be coming back to Ocarina of Time. But I'll be Georgia playing, it'll be hair save and all that. So, yeah. In the meantime, well, what is Georgia's routine? Life is Strange. Oh man, it's on the tip of my tongue, but I can't recall this one other game she's playing. Every other Wednesday we do Resident Evil. We just did that yesterday. And yeah. I cannot believe I can't recall the game that she was playing. Oh, Yakuza. Right. She does Yakuza. Which days? I'm not sure. But look forward to that if you're interested. Bye!